funky way to drop this shit like this, man. Y'all check this dope shit out.
Welcome back, female eunuch. Nihilism mentioned. Those motherfuckers are sociopaths. Enter. I like that little gif. That's cute. Get started in just a few minutes. Devil's Love Potion. That was 18 Karat with number one Villain. We're listening to HP Shody, Fo Them Busters. Welcome to the motherfucking stream. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. I have a furry beard, and I'm ready to talk some shit. How about you? How about you? All them ladies out there, is that beard furry? Hope you're doing well on this Saturday afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Number one in the chat, female eunuchs. Folks, Woke Patriot put this in the meme section. Hilarious. Let's not forget who we're fighting for, folks. The soldiers that are about to go fight and die in Iran. Let's not forget who we're dying for out there. You know, the heroes losing their life. I mean, we joke, right? But it's no joke. People are gonna die. People are gonna fucking die because Donald Trump. I mean, it's not just Donald Trump when it comes to Iran. We'll get to Iran, you know, but the Epstein thing is definitely a factor in all this. The fact is that Republicans have been wanting to fuck up Iran for quite some time at the behest of Israel, of course. This is, you know, mainly about Israel. So we'll get to that, but we got to talk about the thing that happened, was it yesterday? It's moving so fast, but I'm going to tariff all you, by the way. You're all getting tariffed. Watch out. You're getting tariffed. If you're watching the stream, I'm going to tariff you. Get tariffed. T-A-R-I-F-F, right? So let's open it up with... I'm just going to keep this up here because it's hilarious. Let's go ahead and open it up with the... yeah, so now it's 15%. So, you know, all the news stuff I had queued up yesterday, that's all obsolete. 10 hours later, he wakes up. He's still angry. So he wants to go even harder. I assume he started with 10% so he'd have somewhere to go, and then he wakes up all pissy and he wants to hurt people. And, you know, this is how rapists think. Is it where I pick up my tariff refund check? No, this is where you get tariffed. Get tariffed, boy. Give me money. You're going to give me money. And it's for America. I'm going to put it in a foreign slush fund, and it's going to help America. I won't tell you what I'm going to do with it. I won't tell you, where the money is. But it's mine now, and that means it's a good thing. So give it up. Cough it up. 15%. It's my money. It's ridiculous. I mean, all of this is just completely ridiculous. But this is, it's hard to even cover because it's so ridiculous. It really is. Like, there's no logic to it. There's no sense to it. It's literally just a man-shaped toddler, and the adventures of, it's the adventures of the man-shaped toddler, right? And if you have children, it's like logic doesn't matter. Logic isn't part of the, But so here we are. Real quick, though, folks, I want to remind you why we're here. We're here to change the world. We're here to make the world a better place. And the only way to do that is with nonviolent, direct political action. Literally. I heavily recommend you check out mobilize.us. Why is this live? That's a good question. Well, don't hang around Kick too long. The doxers are going to ruin my stream if they're not already. Let's see. Yeah, they're already ruining my stream. So come on over to Twitch if you actually want to watch the stream. There's people doxing me, DDoSing my shit because I flushed them, but they don't like that. The right wingers don't like that, do they? Yeah, so there's no DDoS protection over there on Kick. So some right winger somewhere has me on some blacklist where as soon as I start my stream, I get DDoSed. So come on over to Twitch if you actually want to watch it. But folks, if we want to actually stop this stuff, if we want to seriously stop, there's only one avenue. We, the people, are the final check against this tyranny, against this authoritarianism. That means we have to organize and work just as hard as the fascists are working. We have to actually work harder than the fascists to defeat them. They're never going to go away on their own. They're not going to grow a conscience. They're not going to have a come to Jesus moment. They're sadists who literally get sexual pleasure from hurting other people. And the only way to defeat them is to out-organize them. And this is how we do it. We use resources like mobilize.us. It's actually never been easier to participate in nonviolent direct political action to defeat these fascists. So I encourage you to do so. It's all about that 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's what we're going to do today. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. And step 3, we put in the motherfucking work. We put in the motherfucking work because we're better than these fucking people. We're better than them. We're better than the Jeffrey Epstein class. All right? And there's a lot of dummies. There's a lot of suckers. We're going to lose their life. They're going to lose their livelihoods. It's going to ruin their lives, ruin their marriages, because they don't know, because they're not informed. There's nothing we can do about it. They're going to go down with the ship. So we got to take the reins by ourselves, or if we continue to let these pedophiles run our lives, they're going to run it right off a cliff. And they'll do it with a big fucking smile on their face. Total confidence until they smash into the rocks. We can't let it happen, folks. That's why we're here. This is the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. Let's get to the motherfucking news. Trump hikes global tariffs to 15%. Pooped his diapers. Slammed his fists on the table. The big takeaway here that I want everyone to know, is that these tariffs there's a time limit. There's a 150-day time limit. 150 days is too fucking long, and Congress is just going to let him stretch this out for every minute. But apparently, after this 150 days, there's supposed to be a review by Congress, and whether they approve of them or not. So that's the big takeaway here. The other takeaway is that he's a petulant child. I'll show some of the speech here from Donald Trump yesterday, saying his logic is really something else. You don't get it back. You don't get it back. You don't get the money back, Dari. Small businesses are going to have to sue in court, spend all the money on lawyers just to even try to get it back. It's my guess that he's just going to try to hold on to the money quietly push it to some other place, maybe send it over to his slush fund overseas. We're not getting that $160 billion back. We're not getting it back. He's going to fight tooth and nail to hold on to it. He's claiming, that he's going to use the tariff money to give us checks. He's going to use the tariff money to literally cancel income tax. That we're just going to, all this money coming in supposed to make our lives better. He's stealing it. He's going to steal it. This is how dictators work. But let's get to it. Let's get a little ketchup here. Then I'll show you. Ketchup makes me think of him throwing ketchup against the wall. But yeah, here's the latest news, and then I'll show you a little bit of the speech where he basically says, "Hey, I'm allowed to destroy the country. I could destroy whatever country I want. I could fuck up anything I want, but I can't do a little fee." It's like, well, no, you actually aren't allowed to just destroy any country you want. I mean, it really gives you an idea of what his mentality is. He's like, I can hurt anybody I want. I can do anything I want. Really shows kind of where he's at mentally. To the people that say he have dementia, I don't think he has dementia. I think he has toxic narcissistic personality disorder. But I wish he had dementia. I wish he had dementia almost. But it doesn't seem like he has dementia. Seems like he's got other mental problems. Anyway, let's get to it.
Des US-Präsidenten sind nicht rechtmäßig, urteilt.
Cour suprême est jugée illégale.
It's upended global trade yet again. Trump's tariffs making headlines around the world.
Plus, the potential impact on Canada.
A reminder, what happens in the US doesn't stay in the US.
Inconstitucionales.
The decision by the US Supreme Court yesterday is less about what tariffs we have slapped on us in the UK and more about losing our advantage compared with everyone else. Some 40,000 UK companies export goods to the US, but there are always winners and losers. No extra tariffs for things like...
We're the losers. Just spoiler alert. It's us, the consumer, regular folks. We're the ones who end up losing.
Cars and pharmaceuticals, but chemicals and industrial products losing a comparative advantage. Trump may have directed his ire yesterday domestically at the judges who went against him, but his focus was also on what it means for foreign businesses.
It's interesting to see Nutlick's smile erased from his face during this entire thing. Well, like I said, I'll show you some clips from it. But Nutlick the entire time looked like he was at a funeral, and he's normally got this bizarre shit-eating grin on his face. Howard Freaknik. No, this motherfucker is a Freaknik. Epstein file Andy over here. They're all Epstein file motherfuckers.
Who may now be eligible for refunds of taxes that the US Supreme Court says...
See, this is the kind of fucking shit-eating grin that normally Nutlick has over here. This Pam Bondi bitch, she's really something else. She's true believer.
Shouldn't have been levied.
And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
Careful.
This business...
Oh, it's true. I know. I'm sorry, female eunuchs. I can't help myself when I see Pam Bondi. I just can't help myself. But you're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. This motherfucker over here making gourmet popcorn. Can't even sell fucking popcorn over here. What a life. He's looking at his popcorn. Makes popcorn. I picked the wrong career.
Which makes popcorn in London one of a few that say they definitely haven't been dancing, forced to cut back their US exports like many food and drink businesses.
America is the home of popcorn, so for us to be exporting to America is
true?
Like mad from a kitchen table business where we started. Unfortunately, since tariff announcements last year, the uncertainty that's created and the extra cost as well has really damaged that business. So we'll be focusing a bit closer to home this year. We're actually doing a lot in the Middle East now as well.
A whole stream of UK products are currently tariffed at 10% on top of the duties already in place before last April. But many other countries have been...
So one of the reasons why I'm showing this Channel 4 over here is because it's addressing a question I didn't see addressed in the Western media, which is, all these deals. Keir Starmer's, just made a big deal about, certain things not getting tariffed. Canada made a big deal. There's set up all these arrangements for certain things to not get tariffed, to get tariffed at certain rates. So now all that's down the fucking drain. and we're just doing, 15% for everybody on everything now, and from Donald Trump's logic, it's, oh, you did this to yourself, that's the mentality of a rapist, right?
Been paying more, like Canada at 35%, Mexico and India at 25%, and the European Union and Japan at 15%. Yesterday, President Trump announced that the 10% rate would apply across the board to all countries, but he
So that's now 15%.
now says he's raising that to 15% with immediate effect.
No ribbons.
Whether that applies to everyone
I'm
isn't
not giving
clear.
it back.
But it's uncertainty that's the issue here.
We now have a situation where companies don't have clarity about what the tariffs are going to be 6 months from now. And that is going to damage investment. It will damage confidence and willingness to want to trade into the US market. And companies may be looking at other markets, for example, Europe and Indo-Pacific, as more stable alternatives, given this flux in tariff policy we're still.
And the thing is that this stuff doesn't happen overnight. Like, it just doesn't happen at the snap of someone's fingers, like Trump, right? Like, it happens slowly and gradually, but it takes just that long or longer to fix it. When it finally happens, when these other countries have secured other trade partners. We don't just magically get it back if we somehow, if Trump kicks the bucket or we kick him out, et cetera, et cetera. So it kind of seems like nothing's happening, but the reality is that these trade deals take a little bit of time, but eventually it will catch up to us. I mean, we're going to, by the end of Trump's presidency, however that happens, Americans are going to discover that we're now a third world country, legitimately. Like, our currency is not going to be giving us the power that we once had. We're not going to have the same kind of buying power. It's really going to be a wake up call for a lot of folks who are not paying attention and are going to be looking around like, what the hell happened? It's going to be a big wake up call for them.
We'll see.
Trump has nodded to the fact that this will all go through a long legal process. No clear answer as to if or when UK businesses will see their share of the $175 billion worth of tariffs that are due to be refunded.
The UK government says this whole thing...
That's their assumption, that it's going to be refunded. It's my assumption that he's just going to not do shit about it unless there's a law specifically in place that says he has to. He's not going to be giving back that money.
Is a matter for the US to determine, and it will be working to support UK businesses here while the details of that are announced. It also says that it expects the privileged trading position it enjoys with the US to continue, and that it will be looking to work out how tariffs will impact the UK and the rest of the world.
In other words, it hasn't got a clue what's next either. The US wants the UK's ride or die, now more of a ride it out and hope for the best.
It's weird to hear UK news talking about ride or die. What are you, Murder Inc.? What is this? Tupac Shakur? What are you talking about, ride or die? Whatever.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to the economist Neil Shearing from the independent research consultancy Capital Economics. I asked him for his reaction to President Trump's announcement.
Well, it gives us a sense of where we are in this process, doesn't it? That we have a tariff regime that has been torn up in this sense by the Supreme Court and then replaced by another by President Trump, a 10% global tariff, now replaced by a 15% global tariff 24 hours later. So I think the big picture here is there's still an enormous amount of uncertainty about exactly where this tariff regime will end. However, I'm pretty certain that when the dust is settled, we'll end up in a situation where US tariffs are substantially higher than was the case, say, 12, 18 months ago.
Yeah.
Keir Starmer must be watching Donald Trump's social media posts through his fingers right now. I mean, how do we know what tariff we're subject to in the UK? We thought we had a special deal.
Well, I think part of the problem was that the deal itself was never quite as special as perhaps was made out at the time.
True.
It was a pretty thin deal. It certainly didn't have the approval of Congress. And of course, that's the issue here. That's what the Supreme Court have ruled about, is that it's Congress that gets to decide how to regulate foreign commerce, not the president. So the fact that it was a deal between Starmer and President Trump is perhaps the issue.
Yeah.
So you're right for the UK and for any other country for that matter that has done a bilateral deal with the US, that is now effectively up in the air.
The UK had a sort of special carve out for some sectors like pharmaceuticals and steel, but everything else. There was 10% yesterday. If a US buyer was taking some Scotch whiskey yesterday, that was going to be 10%. Now it's going to be 15%.
Now it's going to be 15%, unless there are specific carve-outs for individual products or sectors. And it appears that the powers that the president is using to impose tariffs could allow.
Yeah, female eunuchs. And ironically, you can blame the Supreme Court for that, right?
For some carve-outs for some sectors, but we just don't know yet whether or not he will do so.
What does this mean for global trade?
Well, I think that's part of the answer to the question. Who knows to some extent. However, as I say, I think there's two things we can be reasonably sure about. The first is that US tariffs are going to be materially higher at the end of this process than they were at the start of the process, at the start of the Trump presidency. The second, though, is that the global trading system has been remarkably resilient over the past 12 years.
Yeah, and that's really been interesting because these financial oligarchs are pro-fascism, they're pro-empire, they're pro-oligarchy. And they're really trying to make it work. They're really trying, normally if this was Biden, if this was a liberal administration, they'd be punishing them. We'd be seeing the entire right-wing media apparatus coming out against it. But they're trying to make it work. They're trying to make it happen, even though they know damn well it's detrimental to the free trade, global free trade system. It has been interesting to see them kind of ride it out because ultimately they're friendly to fascism. They think, well, if we can just make it through this, we'll come out the other end richer.
18 months in the face of these tariffs, and I think that will remain the case. Supply chain is incredibly adaptive, and I think we'll continue to see that adaptation play through over the next year.
Neil,
great, yeah, and there's also the taco aspect, right? So let's watch a little bit of this Trump speech because it's really something else. I mean, he just goes full toddler. It's really, striking that, an American president acts this way. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Let's get his fat ass out here. Let's go.
Bitch. Wow. Got a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices.
Yeah.
When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that...
Remember, when he says the country, he's referencing himself. He sees himself as the country. If it's good for Trump, it's good for the country.
Anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long.
It's so
I can
happy.
assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation.
Lies,
those justices.
lies.
They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no.
Lies. I mean, I'll stop pausing. It's all lies. Especially the neoliberal Democrats who desperately want to work with Trump, on tax cuts and things like that hurt America, that help Trump. But it's too far even for them.
you can't knock their loyalty.
To whom?
It's one thing
To us?
you can do with some of our people.
Right.
Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often.
Is it woke?
With certain members of this court.
It's woke.
And it's happened so often with this court. What a shame.
What a
Having to do with voting in particular.
Right. So one thing that hasn't really been mentioned is that, of course, the main reason why they voted the way they did is that this is about core fundamental separation of powers as outlined in the Constitution. There's no way around it. Even then, I'm a little surprised that, two of the right-wing justices stood up for the Constitution, but it's about the power of the purse. Congress has the ability to do this. It has to go through the normal tariff procedure. And he, as a dictator, he believes he can supersede that.
When in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
That's beyond ironic, totally lie, a complete lie. It has everything to do with the Constitution. It's not fighting against the Constitution. We've all become very accustomed to his treasonous language and his disdain for the Constitution. Anytime he's bringing up the Constitution, it's usually because he's destroying it.
It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is...
So, this hasn't been really been talking... Sorry about all the pausing, but he's talking about foreign interests, which is something we hear a lot from China. We hear a lot from Russia. Like anytime anybody stands up, and a body, an institution, or an individual stands up against the government, it has to do with foreign interests. It's interesting to hear Donald Trump use this term now, that this is, somehow the upholding the Constitution is somehow listening to foreign interests. Very frightening dictatorial language.
Far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement.
Well,
I won by
small enough to defeat you, though.
Millions of votes. We won in a landslide.
We're still bringing up the election. I love it.
With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it. But we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that.
Because the right wing hates loud, obnoxious individuals. Can't stand them.
They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it.
Wow, the justices are afraid of the people. They're afraid of losing their legitimacy and handing over all their power.
This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important.
So important
because we're doing
that we tax you more than what you're. It's so important that you get taxed extra, that you pay more. And by the way, these prices aren't going down. By the way, don't think for a fucking second any of these prices are going to go down. It's just they're going to pocket the money. That's what these corporations are going to do.
So well as a country, we've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they...
So it's amazing. He just flips it on its head. They literally said you're not allowed to do this, and he's literally affirming that they said that he does. It's like a gaslighting rapist. It's, I make your life better. I'm the only one who love you.
Refer to that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted
35% tariffs on Canada, completely decimating our trade relationship with one of our closest partners. He calls it modest.
Do, and it's very important. I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything. I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed.
Right.
I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow.
Right.
And simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election.
And all the good majority of the people that support him somehow benefit from that, right? No.
Victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year.
Yeah.
They said you'll never be able. You'll go back and you read.
Who's they?
The geniuses. Read their statements. All of the.
God, I'm so tired of the him constantly saying, look back. There's proof. There's none of that. There's no one that was saying that no way will the Dow ever reach 50,000. None of that's true. It's just total lies.
Nobel Prize winners in economics, they said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years.
Couldn't do what?
We didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we'll continue.
You gave a bunch of sociopaths tax breaks, and you're handing over the entire economy to like 4 AI companies who are trading amongst themselves, and there's a fucking violent orgy happening right now. They said it couldn't be done.
Continuing to do so.
I'm a good boy.
Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not.
Not a single one of them.
India, Pakistan, big ones. Nuclear. No. Could have been nuclear.
None of them are settled. None of them are fixed. Half the time, the countries involved are like, we don't have no idea what he's talking about. He keeps mentioning in Pakistan, India, I believe. He claims, of course, Gaza, Israel, that one's fixed. Genocide continues. The ethnic cleansing continues. I'll be covering that today. They're solidifying going into the West Bank, making it legal for settlers to take big chunks of land now. Basically creating a legal framework on stealing more land. None of that's fixed, of course. He would call it fixed because not as many people are being killed. But an ethnic cleansing is not solving a war. But we all know that.
Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had.
No, he didn't.
The Peace Board. He said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting.
Right.
We're getting ready to do some bad things.
And I haven't had a chance to talk about the Board of Peace, but it's a joke. It's a farce. It's literally a council of villains who have no interest in peace whatsoever. It's beyond ironic. Do we even need to talk about it? Right? It's an opportunity for him to grift. He thinks it's a replacement for the UN. It's a joke.
But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country.
It's good to remind you that all dictators use the cover of an emergency to expand their powers and do what they want to do. And this fentanyl, quote-unquote, emergency is the same thing. The immigration, quote-unquote, emergency is another thing we're seeing effectively being used by authoritarians across the world to implement their tyranny. You got to come up with a fake crisis, and then you got to be the one that is going to fix it. Literally all dictators throughout history have done this same thing, ironically, often with immigration, right? Because it's easy to use a powerless foreign entity as the boogeyman, acute external threat. Thank you, Splenvania. But yeah, it's a common tactic amongst dictators. They've been using it for hundreds of years, really.
In our youth, all of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain.
Right.
We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those 3 people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect.
Right.
But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of
He's talking about taxing American people.
billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so.
They've taken in just under $2 billion, not billions and billions. You know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised he didn't say trillions. He said $4 trillion at one point.
To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1.
But this is really something. This really gives you a look into his frame of mind here, what he's going to say next.
Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money.
Right. There's that evil smile. They've killed the penny, but they haven't created a system of rounding. So businesses are still using the penny functionally. There's, because in Canada here, you're allowed to round up or round down, depending on the price, but they haven't implemented any kind of framework for that, and they're just going to stop making the penny, but they don't have an actual plan on what to do without the penny.
Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA.
I mean, yeah, there's an argument to be made against the penny, and I guess. But you got to have a framework for what to do about prices. If you get charged $5.49 and you don't have 4 pennies, well, what the hell do you do? They don't have any of that in place, so you're still going to get charged $5.49. And I guess it's up to the business now to either cover that or half-assed, half-cocked. And it's like, oh, we're saving money. Why? So you can stuff it in Trump's pockets? Yeah, great point. Female eunuchs, yeah.
Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America.
Right. So that the justices the Supreme Court justices and the politicians that supported destroying his ability to create arbitrary tariffs, they work for other countries. Once again, this very frightening Putin-esque, Xi-esque style rhetoric from a dictator, right? If it's foreign. Be afraid. It's foreign countries that are doing this. Yeah, exactly. Splendvania. Yeah, you really just need to crack open. You just need to have 10 minutes of History Channel, and you get whiffs of this shit throughout history, right? Okay, Dynamex. I know Trump makes you lose your mind. I get it, man. You're clearly having a psychological issue. No, because it works. It works. Divide and conquer. Using this style of rhetoric, having a foreign entity, the boogeyman, right? It works. Tens of millions of dum-dums across the world, in Russia and China and in the UK right now, in America, in Canada. It fucking works. The scary brown person is taken away, right? You got that classic Murdoch meme, he's got all the cookies and he's pointing to the foreigner who's got nothing. He's like, oh, this foreigner's trying to take your cookie. It fucking works. Right. He was right again. About what specifically? Right about what? Exactly. Right about the ability to tax you? But you're not even American, right? You're not even American.
Which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1.
Right. So like I said, this gives you a little window into his mentality. I can destroy the country. I can destroy the trade with that country, Actually, no, he can't. He's actually not allowed to just destroy. He's talking about nuking a country. He's talking about starting a war with a country. He's like, I can do whatever I want, but I can't even do a little fee. Which is interesting that he calls a tariff a fee now. No, you're actually not allowed to do that. Actually, you're not allowed to do that. But the Supreme Court has just affirmed you're not allowed to do that with embargoes and tariffs and things like that and fees. On top of, I can start a war with anybody. I can do what I want. No, you can't. But it really, like I said, it gives you a window into his mentality here. He truly believes he's an emperor.
Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them.
Lie.
But I can't.
I mean, the language of a rapist, man.
Charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee.
Right.
But I cannot charge under any circumstances.
Lie.
I cannot.
Lie. But I mean, imagine. I mean, he thinks he can start a war with any country. He thinks he can roll into any country with the army and do whatever he wants. That's what he thinks. And honestly, the Supreme Court has themselves to blame for this.
Charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that.
So, no, you're actually not allowed to do those things. Anyway.
It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision.
No, they haven't. Just because Kavanaugh put in his dissent that there's ways to get around this decision for 150 days doesn't actually mean that they, quote unquote, approved alternatives. Just because there's existing laws on the book that allows him to implement a 150-day tariff. I mean, the lies come thick and fast, man. It's really something else. We're expecting this guy to listen, to listen to the results of the election, by the way. This is why I'm talking about how we need to get ready for nonviolent direct political action right now. We need to, start basically practicing, because the intention is to steal the midterms and, of course, steal the presidential election. There's absolutely no intention whatsoever of following the law at all. Set that shit in stone. They're going to try to steal it.
For those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that.
Okay.
Whoever heard it?
All right. And he goes on and 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 on. Right. So there you go. There's your little sample of Trumpy Dumpy. Thank you so much, Woke Patriot, for this. Since we're talking about Trump, since we're talking about, the United States, let's talk about Iran. Let's do a quick one here. I don't know if he's going to taco out on this one. The Strait of Hormuz is a big factor here. I don't really want to hear what ABC, how their framing is. I think I'd rather hear from the BBC on this one. But of course, it's, the framing from Fox is fascinating. Iran rebuilds nuclear sites as U.S. threatens military action. Our hero is going to fix our problems by starting yet another Middle Eastern war. This is something that Republicans have wanted for quite some time. Republicans like Mike Huckabee, Lindsey Graham, George Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, those villains, they've wanted this for quite some time, all at the behest of Israel, really. And, the more I'm finding out, McConnell is drooling. The more I'm finding out about, some of the stuff from Jeffrey Epstein and whatnot, the more I'm starting to realize that 9/11, our adventures in Iraq and Afghanistan were really at the behest of Israel. This really all goes back to Israel. So let's get a little update from the BBC, because the framing from ABC and the rest of them is if ABC is basically just lying by omission. They're just giving you the information without any kind of context. And of course, from Fox News, look at the thumbnail, look at the title, heroic America going after the dirty Browns, et cetera, et cetera. So let's hear from the BBC, who the UK has actually told Donald Trump, you're not allowed to use our bases for this strike. And apparently he was irate. Who knows how true that is. So let's hear the framing from the BBC.
Now, the American military build-up in the Gulf continues amid tensions with Iran as more U.S. warships head to the area. President Trump has reiterated that he is considering a limited military strike against Iran if it fails to make a deal over its nuclear program. Our defense correspondent Jonathan Beale has more.
Iran knows trouble may be coming. This week, its Revolutionary Guard putting on a show of force in the Gulf of Oman. A signal it's ready to resist any attack. President Trump has made clear
their military is, a joke. The only thing the thing that would affect us is the Strait of Hormuz, where if they actually mine it and start attacking ships from different countries in the strait, blocking off the strait completely, mining it up so that ships can't get through, it would dramatically affect the global economy. That's really their only big play. In terms of military might, fighting against the United States, of course we could defeat them, but they could make it messy. It's a very big country. To occupy the whole country would be a multi-trillion-dollar endeavor. Hundreds, if not thousands, of U.S. soldiers would die. But really, the big play is the Strait of Hormuz. Welcome back, Energy.
Clock is ticking.
We're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them. I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
Right. The surge of U.S. military power.
And it's good to mention that we had a deal. Barack Obama had a deal. Donald Trump arbitrarily destroyed the deal because it had Barack Obama's name on it. So he destroys the deal that we had, creates a crisis, pretends it's a crisis because it's not. Iran has no inclination whatsoever to nuke anybody. They want to nuke for defensive purposes so that they can defend themselves from what's happening right now.
Is increasing. This week, more F-22 jets arrived in the UK, likely heading east.
Yeah. Female eunuchs, the main reason why the oil prices were low, I just saw a video on it, is that OPEC and the other large oil-producing entities are kind of at war with each other right now. So it's driving the price of oil down pretty dramatically. But, yeah, absolutely, a conflict in Iran. It's hard to imagine how it wouldn't affect oil prices. Well, that's pretty short-sighted. If you think America gives a fuck about Iranian citizens, that's it's not true. And if anything, this military action against Iran helps the government, because the government is of course saying that the protesters are motivated by foreign interests. They're not motivated against the theocracy, against the brutal theocracy that's killing protesters in the streets. So if you actually gave a shit about the protesters and the protest movement, you wouldn't be doing any of this, because it's actually helping the government's propaganda against this. So no, it has nothing to do with the crackdown against the protesters. It's all about Israel. That's the motivation here, Mr. Hamster.
Last time they crossed the Atlantic in large numbers was when the U.S. hit Iran's nuclear...
Maybe, Splendid Vania, to answer your question, it's kind of a wait-and-see kind of thing. How far is the United States going to go? China is very careful about helping other countries, as we've seen with Russia. They do it very, very carefully. So I think it's kind of a wait and see moment. Like, are they going to put boots on the ground? Are we going to do an Iraq, Afghanistan kind of thing? Or are we just going to do limited strikes, blow some shit up, and declare victory, right? And and then China wouldn't have to get involved. We'll just have to. I think coming from China's perspective, it's kind of a wait and see kind of thing. And yeah, Russia is technically an ally of Iran, but they're not very much in a position to help, are they? Russia doesn't have a lot of resources to be giving any country right now. I'm sure they'll some token help, some token assistance, maybe, but even then, it's all got to go to the front lines right now because they're getting their ass kicked right now by Ukraine, which hopefully I'll have time to talk about. But Ukraine, of course, has taken 300 kilometers of territory back from Russia. It took Russia the entirety of December to take some of this, and Ukraine has taken it back within a week.
In June. The US already had a significant military presence in the Middle East with bases in Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE. But over the past month, there's been a massive military buildup. Squadrons of fighter jets, including F-15s, F-35s, and F-22s have flown to the region.
Work, folks.
Just as significant is the arrival of dozens of US refueling aircraft, as well as early warning radar systems.
How's life
but
in
the
Nazi
US
Germany?
also now has a large naval presence.
Away, baby.
The US aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, loaded with squadrons of fighter jets, is already in the Gulf. A second carrier group, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has now reached the Mediterranean, backed up by a dozen warships loaded with Tomahawk cruise missiles.
Right.
Altogether, this is the largest...
And it's to properly, quote-unquote, defeat Iran, it's going to take boots on the ground. It's going to take a proper occupation, Iraq, Afghanistan kind of shit. I'm talking trillions of dollars. I'm talking thousands of American troops dead. Months and months and months of this. They're not. It's not just going to fold. It's not like Afghanistan, right, where the government is paper thin and whatnot. It's interesting because if the United States just kept out of it and quietly supported the protest movement that's working hard to depose the administration, they might actually succeed by just supporting the protest movement against the theocracy. Because I mean, no one in Iran. I mean, there's a couple million people, I'm sure, that are loyal to the regime, but a good chunk of Iranians hate their government. They hate the people in charge. They hate the theocracy. It's oppressive, as we just saw recently. That government happily killing dozens of protesters. We've had two American citizens die against ICE. Well, imagine if ICE were killing dozens of people. That's what the Iranian people are dealing with. But Trump. This is about Epstein. This is about Israel. This is about the Republican desire to do this for decades. They're bloodthirsty, and they've also blowing smoke up their ass about their own capabilities. They think it's going to be one and done. Get in there, bomb them, get out of there. Create weakness and let the people take over. No, no. I mean, they're going to have to murder tens of thousands of people for it to even be on the table for that to happen. And then, of course, there's no guarantee that what bubbles up from the protest movement is going to be any better, any more democratic, any more U.S. friendly. There's probably a good chance that if they blow up the Shah, they blow up the government, that whoever replaces them might be even more theocratic, might be even more brutal, might be even more anti-American. There's no guarantee there. It's a goddamn mess, and it's not going to be made any better with bombs and missiles here. Unlike Ukraine, which is very, very simple when it comes to what the solution is there. The solution here is very messy, is very complicated. There's too many foreign interests. There's too many foreign motivations here. That because what Israel would like is to see the entire country weakened to the point of being completely ineffective, and maybe even Israel occupying the Strait of Hormuz, taking over that portion right there. That's what they would like to see. Is just a completely shattered country.
U.S. air and naval buildup in the region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they want even worse than Syria, because, Syria definitely had a moment of weakness in getting rid of Bashar al-Assad. But the interim government has done a pretty good job of stabilizing, making deals with many of the tribal factions there. And it's, now Israel has just, they've gotten rid of Assad, but now they have to deal with this new government. So, no, they would like to see completely shattered in a government that's incapable of even defending itself, and then I would assume they would just roll in and just take the strait. I assume that's what they want. I find it hard to believe that they even Israel would want to take the entirety of Iran if they even have the resources. Of course, if there's that interview I'm going to show with Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee, who says, yeah, I would prefer Israel just to take the entirety of the Middle East.
What's the goal? At first, President Trump signaled this military muscle was a response to Iranian protests. Now it's all about getting a deal to stop its nuclear program. So will he use it?
I think it's likely, but not inevitable. And I think my read of this situation as someone who has been doing this sort of thing for decades now is that Trump wants a deal. And sometimes I worry that he wants a deal too badly.
President Trump's already shown he's willing to target Iran's nuclear program. But last year's Operation Midnight Hammer did not obliterate it. The question now is whether he'll try again, in a mission which could become more protracted, difficult and dangerous. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
Well, we can get more on this with Gershon Baskin, who is Middle East Director for the International Communities Organization, a UK-based...
Yo, look at this motherfucker's room.
NGO who joins us from Jerusalem. Welcome to you, Gershon. Good to have you with us. What do you make of Donald Trump's latest threat that Iran has 10 to 15 days to agree a deal?
Well, this is the hard kind of bargaining that Donald Trump is famous for. But we, watching, observing, trying to figure out what's going on, are in the dark because Donald Trump is completely unpredictable. We know that this massive amount of military power surrounding Iran right now is costing the U.S. taxpayers a lot of money. Every day that they stay there is costing money.
Look, it's the Trump class. It's the Trump class battleship, guys. Look at this fucking defiant. Absolutely shocked that it's not painted gold.
Trump doesn't like to spend money without having a purpose. So the threat is real, but it's also apparently real from the work that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are doing. They're trying to reach an agreement. We just don't know what the extent of those negotiations are. Is it just on the nuclear program? Is it on the ballistic missile program? Is it about the support of Iran proxies in the region? These are the demands that Israel is making, and there's been high-level communication on an hourly basis.
I don't know if this guy's Israel-friendly or not, but he is reporting from Jerusalem, so grain of salt, I think, is necessary here.
Between the military command of Israel and the United States, ongoing for the last few weeks.
And what do you make of the military buildup and also the fact that the US does have bases in several Middle Eastern countries there in the region and what their reaction might be? Will he need their support?
He will certainly need their support, and what we know is that the United States is building up their defensive capabilities at their military bases in the region because those are easier targets for Iran to hit if the United States should decide to launch a military attack against Iran. The Iranians will probably retaliate by trying to hit the American bases and probably trying to hit Israel as well.
What does Israel want out of this? We saw Prime Minister Netanyahu in Washington just in the past week or so. Is it clear yet what impact last year's strikes on Iran actually had on its nuclear program, and therefore what will be needed in Israel's view?
Right. I don't think that anyone really knows, except the Iranians, what the extent of the damage was. What the Israelis would want in the maximum is a regime change in Iran, but they know that a regime change can't happen from air attacks. That has to happen on the ground by the Iranian citizens themselves. At the minimum, what Israel wants is the United States to have an agreement with Iran that finishes, completely puts out of work the nuclear program, limits its ballistic missile capability, and also stops the funding and support of the proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas.
And ironically, of course, this was started under Barack Obama. Could have continued that, could have continued these discussions, could have, it's not like you're going to get rid of Hezbollah on day one, but there was progress started there, and Donald Trump scuttled all of it, like just threw it all away because it was one of Barack Obama's, crowning achievements. And now we're starting at square one, and we're actually starting, negative 10, not even at square one. We're way behind square one here. And it's really because of Donald Trump's ego.
And the Houthis in Yemen.
Okay, Gershon Baskin, really interesting to get your analysis. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
You have no choice. The entire concept that Iran is a terrorist organization because Israel doesn't like it. Now, I agree that Iran has been counterproductive with their efforts with Hezbollah helping Hamas. The various bullshit that Hezbollah gets up to. I think the Shah, the theocracy, has been counterproductive. But Barack Obama proved that Iran is a entity that can be negotiated with, unlike Israel, who is a terrorist entity. So this idea that this entire country is nothing but a bunch of terrorists, and that even if that was true. Bombing it and occupying it isn't going to work. What was the result of bombing and occupying Afghanistan, Mr. Hamster? What was the result of that? Even if I agreed with your fucking premise, what was the result of bombing and occupying Afghanistan at the end of the day? Who took over the government? The goddamn Taliban. The goddamn Taliban. So miss me with that bullshit. It's too prolonged, but you think somehow the fact something's going to change. What's different about what we're doing in Iran? If we bomb it and occupy it, how is that going to be any different than what we did in Afghanistan? The solution is negotiating. The solution is carrot and sticking, sanctions. The solution is not bombing them to smithereens and crossing our fingers. And, framing the entire country as terrorists because they're brown and they speak a language that makes you scared doesn't really help either. If there's one terrorist entity in the Middle East, it's Israel, who has shown no interest whatsoever in negotiating with anybody, and their only interest is occupying and taking seemingly the entire Middle East, right? The Greater Israel theory. Well, that has its own problems, but if that's the direction you want to go in, I wouldn't be as against it. But you got to be very careful about foreign influences in that protest movement, because, like I said before, it gives the government all the justification to say that this isn't a legitimate protest movement, that this is a foreign-funded attempt to from Israel. To destroy, the country. It has to be organic. It has to be organic. So even funding, sending funds and resources to the movement would probably be detrimental. The best you could do is, say, we support them, but it's up to them, and kind of keep out of it. You'd have to keep out of it, continue to try to target sanctions and punishment as best you can against the actual government, against the theocracy, against the Shah. You know, it would be messy. It would, you know, you would have to negotiate at the same time. You'd have to punish, carrot and stick. But even if you were to actively, especially publicly, send money and support, material support to the protest movement, that would help the government's case that it's not organic. So talking of about Israel and the fact that it's a terrorist state, going to bring up this TYT over here once again, just completely. I mean, they should just put a steering wheel on top of Tucker Carlson's nuts and just, you know, put a saddle on those bad boys, because they are just riding his fucking nutsack into the fucking sunset. TYT still haven't mentioned why Tucker Carlson is motivated against Israel. Still haven't mentioned that. I haven't seen a single minute of coverage. Anybody bringing up the fact that Tucker Carlson all of a sudden gives a fuck about Palestinians because he's working for Russia, and that this is an effective way to divide and conquer the United States through their support of Israel, which is of course terrible. Our money shouldn't be going to Israel, but TYT over here not mentioning anything. And I wanted to show this before. I wanted to show this clip here before showing this, just to give you an example of what Tucker Carlson actually gets up to on a daily basis. He, in his effort to support Russia's invasion of Ukraine, he has been consistently trying to rewrite history about what happened during World War II. Basically making the case that the United States shouldn't have intervened, that the fact that the United States eventually did get involved after Pearl Harbor, of course, that we were the reason that Nazi Germany went harder, went further, that somehow they would have stopped at Poland or stopped, you know, with Russia had we just not intervened and got in their way. Right. Energy, they're taking Palestine. It's not nuanced. It's a genocide. It's ethnic cleansing. People that say it's nuanced are doing that in defense of Israel. The amount of people that are dying compare, you know, in Israel versus Palestine. It's you know, there's no comparison there. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. The ultimate goal is, of course, to take Palestine. The only question I have for people that support Israel is, what are you going to say when it's all said and done? What's going to be your excuse when it's all said and done? And they've kicked they've either, you know, absorbed the final bit of Palestine into an apartheid state, or they've literally kicked every single Palestinian out into Somaliland. Seemingly that's the goal now. Is to create a little space in Somaliland and kick everyone out there. But that's really my only question for you, Energy, in this nuanced situation, is what is going to be your excuse when Palestine is finally absorbed into Israel? You know, what will the excuse makers say? What will the Barry Weisses say when that is finally complete? Back to what I'm saying here, though. TYT, like I said, might as well put a steering wheel on top of Tucker Carlson's nutsack because they ride him so long. But they don't acknowledge who this man really is, what his motivations are. All of a sudden, we're supposed to believe this theocratic nihilist gives a shit about Palestinians, and it just out of the fucking blue. That's not true. That's a fucking lie. A grand majority of Israelis actually support completely taking Palestine. They don't support a two-state solution. Good morning, Israel is literally a cavalcade of villains and maniacs who are constantly talking about how they need to either kill all the Palestinians or kick them all out. That's really the only debate that's happening in Israel. They don't support a two-state solution, a grand majority of the Israelis. And even if that were true, though, which it isn't, but even if that were true, the government, the Likud government, and whatever government fucking Ben-Gvir and Smotrich belong to, they certainly don't believe that. They believe in something called Greater Israel, which is the assimilation of a good portion of the Middle East into Israel. So even if that were true, that the Israeli that a plurality of the Israeli people believed in a two-state solution, they don't. But even if that were true, the government certainly doesn't. And the end goal of the government is very clear: the full and complete assimilation of the Palestinian state. They've almost completed Gaza. They're now starting in earnest on the West Bank. They're really going for it. Just recently, just last week, giving settlers even more legal justification to take more of the West Bank, which Hamas isn't part of, by the way. Hamas has nothing to do with the West Bank, and they're going extra hard in there. The media staying mostly silent about it because the killings have been tapered down to just a couple dozen a week now. But no, even if that were true, which it isn't, the Israeli government believes in the Greater Israel theory. They do not believe in a two-state solution. I mean, Netanyahu has been laughing at the two-state solution now for almost a decade, publicly making statements in Israel about how it's never going to happen, how he needs to do everything he can to prevent it. And of course, he's holding at bay Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who are even more extreme than Bibi Netanyahu and who would like to take over Bibi Netanyahu's job. And of course, just finish the job with a swift final solution. So it's not nuanced. Stop the madness. Stop the cap, as the children say. Okay? Stop the propaganda. And just tell me what excuse you're going to be using when Israel completes its goal of the full assimilation of Palestine. What is it? What are you going to say? Oh, we had no choice. Is that what you're going to say? You know, what are you and Barry Weiss going to be saying when the job is done, when the deed is done, and Israel officially declares Palestine gone and dead? You know, I won't defend while you're defending it. While you're defending it, you won't do that, right? Well, I would advise you, if you want people to stop thinking that you're defending Israel and their ethnic cleansing and genocide of the Palestinians, to stop spreading Israeli propaganda and stop spreading bullshit lies like it's nuanced, because it really isn't nuanced. Now, I will throw you a bone, and I will fully admit that Hamas seemingly seem to work for Bibi Netanyahu. They're beyond counterproductive. If the goal of Hamas was to try to create some kind of actual peace for the Palestinians, they're doing that in the wrong way. It's very clear that terrorism, of course, doesn't work. It's not creating fear in the Israeli government. If anything, it's a massive political bonus. It's a massive political tool that Bibi Netanyahu has been able to successfully use to further the genocide. Norman Finkelstein talks about how he won't push back against Hamas. And it's kind of like, you hear a lot of lefties talk about how Hamas is a legitimate resistance. But it's actually both. They can be the legitimate resistance of Palestine, really one of the only entities that's actually raising a gun to fight back against the IDF and the Israeli government. And they're also a terrorist entity that is counterproductive and working, inadvertently working in the interest of the Israeli government by giving them the perfect boogeyman. So it's kind of both. And I think Norman Finkelstein should have the balls to condemn Hamas. We should be condemning Hamas, if anything, for being counterproductive, for having the wrong strategy. Now, I'm not saying that they need to be Gandhi and, put all their guns in a pile and make it really easy for the IDF to just, roll over them. But if you're one of these lefties out here trying to say that October 7th was, justified or was an effective, operation against the Israeli oppression, you're just dead wrong. You're just dead fucking wrong. It's, the reason why Bibi Netanyahu made October 7th as easy as possible to commit as much atrocity as possible is because he understood. I would say that October 7th was inevitable. You can only push people so far. So it's, and that's exactly what Israel was doing before October 7th. They were cranking up the oppression. There was that famous scene at that funeral of the IDF, smacking people around. They were killing more and more Palestinian journalists. They were breaking into mosques. It was obvious they were cranking it up. So yeah, some kind of major violent pushback was definitely inevitable. But the way that it was done, of course, was slaughtering innocents, massively counterproductive. If they had a strategic head on their shoulders, they would have taken people kidnapped. They would have kidnapped people without killing, reducing the amount of killing as much as humanly possible, not breaking into people's, homes and occupying random old people's homes and things like that. You go into the music festival, you take a bunch of people hostage, and you start demanding some kind of peace. You use that as an opportunity to talk about the oppression. But instead, and of course, this is why Bibi Netanyahu made it really easy for them. Standing, having his soldiers, be off guard. I mean, there's so much evidence. This is covered by Haaretz, by the way. So much evidence that Hamas was enabled in October 7th by Bibi Netanyahu. And of course, the reason is that it's been an extremely effective propaganda tool for Israel's oppression, for Israel's genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. Yeah, no, it did not happen for no reason. Absolutely. I definitely can agree with that. And the whole idea that we could get any kind of honest poll from the Palestinian people is pretty ridiculous. They're spread out. They're destroyed. If you were say you're a Palestinian person and you know somebody who probably everyone knows that somebody that's in Hamas. Are you honestly going to be walking up to some random NGO and telling them, I hate Hamas. Are you going to risk your family? So it's like the idea that we could get even any kind of honest polling out of that region is pretty fucking ridiculous. Oh, I'm talking about Israelis, supposedly innocents killed. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot to talk about. The main gist is that of course it was inevitable because of the amount of violence, but that the way that Hamas retaliated beyond counterproductive, basically handing Bibi Netanyahu a massive propaganda win on a silver platter, and they continue to be counterproductive. They continue to be, making violent overtures against the Israeli government. And it's one thing to be a resistance. It's one thing to say, we resist this government, we resist this oppression. But it's another thing to just literally hand Bibi Netanyahu yet more propaganda and say we want to, kill all Israelis, which is what Hamas does every time they get in front of a microphone. Well, I've just explained how they could have been productive in October 7th. Could have just taken kidnapping instead of sending a bunch of raving lunatics to murder and pillage random places. Even they were surprised by how far they were able to infiltrate, of course, because Bibi Netanyahu let them. But no, they could have actually had a plan for what to do with these people that were kidnapped instead of just like, I don't know, okay, I guess we got some people kidnapped now. There could have been an actual plan there instead of just wanton violence and mayhem. They could have actually had, some kind of idea of what to do with this, some kind of message that they want to put out, because they didn't follow it up with any kind of like, okay, if Israel, we have these hostages and Israel makes a promise and, makes some kind of overture, we'll start releasing hostages. And we're also going to, make a pledge to never attack Israel again. But no, it was just kill, ooga booga booga booga, right? Be as scary as possible, be as violent as possible. And it's been nothing but a massive propaganda win for Bibi Netanyahu. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They might as well get checks from Bibi Netanyahu because they're so effective at giving Bibi Netanyahu everything he needs to justify the slaughter. Anyway, we're supposed to believe Tucker Carlson gives a shit about Palestinians now all of a sudden. After years and years and years of justifying George Bush's military adventurism, now all of a sudden, now that he's working for Russia, now all of a sudden he gives a shit about Palestinian people. A real 180 when it comes from Tucker Carlson. And I'm going to show you this TYT clip because they cover the they cover this interview that Tucker Carlson does with Huckabee, adversarial interview. But I just want to point out that TYT is not covering who Tucker Carlson is and the statements that he's making around World War II. It was so bad. The last interview I showed you, it was so bad. Piers Morgan was calling him out. About the revisionism, the World War II revisionism, that if we hadn't resisted Nazi Germany, that they wouldn't have gone as far as they did, which is, of course, all in an effort to defend Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Not a peep of any of that on TYT. Yeah, and if Piers is calling you out, you're a jackass confirmed. You're an absolute jackass confirmed. But this is another example of the World War II revisionism that we see from Tucker Carlson. And once again, I need to stress this. This is in support of Russia's invasion, and not a peep of this gets across on TYT. They're just they're treating Tucker Carlson like an honest actor, which is ludicrous, which is absolutely fucking ludicrous. But here's just a 14-second clip of the kind of nonsense that he gets up to on a weekly fucking basis. And we're supposed to forgive all this because he is performatively standing up for the Palestinians. And of course, this is at the behest of the Russian government.
It is wrong for bigger countries to swallow up smaller countries just because they want to. That's why we declared war against Germany when they went into Poland.
So we declared war against Germany when we were attacked by Japan. Well, actually, no. Germany declared war against us reflexively after Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. This is the kind of shit he gets up to. So America didn't declare war against Germany after they invaded Poland, right? We didn't. We were sending material to Russia. We were supporting the UK, but we didn't declare war against Germany until Germany declared war against us after Pearl Harbor. And the other statement that he made earlier, the one that I showed, was even more egregious, where he was literally saying, the reason that Nazi Germany went as far as they did is because we were resisting them, that we got involved with it. That he was literally making the argument that, and Piers Morgan had to call him out on this, that we had if we hadn't have treated Germany so badly, they wouldn't have gone as hard as they did.
But weirdly, we did not declare war against the Soviet Union when they did the same thing the same day. But whatever, the point is,
right. And okay, it's one thing, because I'm going to cover this interview right now by showing you this TYT clip, and it's one thing to cover that. It's one thing to cover, Tucker Carlson giving Ted Cruz the business, over his theocratic bullshit. But to do so without pointing out who Tucker Carlson is, they're literally laundering Tucker Carlson's image over there on TYT. Zero mention of what his motivations are. Zero mention of who Tucker Carlson has been his entire career. And of course, it's like, oh, we're not part of cancel culture. We're not woke. We're not cancel culture. It's called journalism. Okay, it's called journalism. We're supposed to believe that this guy who hates the entire Middle East up until 5 seconds ago does a bunch of open propaganda for Russia, does World War II revisionism in defense of Russia's invasion, and now out of the fucking blue, is defending Palestine. And we're just he just had to come to Jesus moment. That's because that's what Tucker Carlson would have us believe, right? That's what that was part of the speech at CPAC, is, you know, some kind of religious awakening. And TYT over here laundering this motherfucker's image. It's disgusting. So let's go ahead and watch it here, because it is cool to see Huckabee and Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz pushed back on their bullshit, and Tucker Carlson, being the skilled propagandist that he is, he's got a great point about, you know, because Israel's justification for taking Palestine is that it was in the book. It goes way back. It goes way Huckabitch. Welcome back, Simply Steve. Like, it goes way back, right? Like, oh, we were there first. It's got, you know, it's this Jewish settlement that was there first before the Palestinians came in. And he makes a great point, and you'll see here, because he's like, well, okay, why don't we just do DNA tests and find out who the descendants are? How come we just allow the entire Israeli government and anybody that wants to, you know, be part of the Israeli country to just declare that they have rights to the Palestinian territory? Why don't we actually try to find these descendants and actually prove this theory correct, right? Through DNA testing, we can do that, which is, you know, no, I've never heard that brought up before. And it really does show Tucker Carlson's skill at, you know, at this kind of stuff, right? You got to credit where credit is due. He's very good at stirring the pot and, you know, coming up with these kind of questions, right? These kind of gotchas. But it's a good question, right? If you're taking over the entire country under the justification that you were there first, and that, you know, how come you don't actually try to prove it genetically who these descendants actually are and justify this? Of course, they wouldn't be able to do that. There would be no ability to do that. It's a bunch of nonsense. In fact, ironically, Nazi Germany used similar justifications to take countries that they wanted, right? That they were there first, that they have a right to them, yada yada yada. So it is beyond ironic. So let's watch this here. Now that I've given you enough, now that I've done the appropriate amount of shitting on TYT for Tucker Carlson nut writing.
During Tucker Carlson's kind of contentious conversation / debate with U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, the topic of land rights came up. Obviously, that's usually front and center when it comes to the ongoing conflict between Israel and pretty much everyone else in the region. And so in order to justify the mass slaughter campaigns and land theft from...
Yeah, Ice King. No, I mean, literally any slob from the United States who can just, you know, loosely prove that they have any kind of Jewish ancestry can become a citizen of Israel. And that, of course, that's part of the Zionist plan, of course, is to get as many, you know, people as possible. And then all of a sudden, it's Palestinian territory is mine, right? Ice King, that's all it takes.
Palestinians, Israelis claim that they're, you know, the original Israelites from the Bible, and that they have a biblical right to that land. So Tucker Carlson challenged Huckabee on that. Let's take a look.
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to...
Abram's descendants. That's who I was trying to figure out who it was. But yeah, the descendants of Abraham, right? That's their justification.
Have this land, correct? Yes. Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. Why don't we do that? Would you be against doing that?
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean, maybe it would be.
I mean, it really does show Tucker Carlson's skill at stirring shit. Because he's like, yeah, no, it's the descendants of Abraham. Yep, that's right. Okay, why don't we test to figure out who's the descendants of Abraham? Oh, I don't know what that would prove. Huckabee and Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump, the Israeli government has some shit on them. The callous, casual approval of ethnic cleansing and genocide, you're either just a broken person or they got some shit on you. You're being blackmailed. It really just, you know, they got some shit on these guys, right? Because let Israel take all the Middle East. I don't care. No biggie. Yeah, energy. I'm not in the business of being fair to Christian evangelicals, but that is a good point. Yeah, they don't acknowledge science.
What do you mean? It would prove who Abram's descendants are and who has a right to live here and who doesn't, according to the theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that. If you believe the theology that you've just explained to me.
Would we do that all over the world?
Well, and everybody this is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God.
Classic bullshit. Classic Darvo. Right. What abouting? And it's like, and Tucker Carlson makes another great point, which is like, yeah, well, no other nation is doing what Israel is doing. I mean, not even Russia is trying to claim like that they have some kind of genetic ancestry in Ukraine. You know what I mean? Not even China is doing that with Tibet and Thailand, you know, where they're like, well, we got in some book, Abraham, we were there first. You know, only Israel is trying to justify the land grabs through this, you know, unprovable justification.
It's the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God, that this people have a moral and legal right to the land.
What about people who convert to Judaism?
What about? Yeah, no, exactly. What about? Yeah, they don't. That's kind of the whole point. They actually don't. So why making our point for us?
Would they have a right?
No, they wouldn't have the right. They wouldn't have the right to go into a country on land that doesn't belong to them and literally ethnically cleanse it and steal it from the Palestinian people. No, they wouldn't have the right to do that. That's my take on it. But hold on, Jake. Then Huckabee says that it would actually be fine if Israel took all of the Middle East. Take a look.
You have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis.
Yeah.
You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
That's who these people are. And really, that's what the goal is. That's what Greater Israel is. That's why they won't declare their own borders. You know, all the stuff that we've heard about a 2-state solution. All this, you know, it's really just been about buying time while they achieve this goal. You know, it's why they don't actually punish the settlers. It's why they don't, you know, they gave back land once when they were literally forced to. If the, you know, they like when the prospect of losing military assistance from the United States was on the table, did they actually give back some of the land? But this has all been an effort to buy time for the ultimate goal, which is for Israel to take over the entire Middle East. The UK government supports it. The United States government supports it. The German government supports it. You know, what they would prefer is for it to happen slowly over time. They actually really love it when Hamas does things like October 7th, because that helps the case for this ethnic cleansing. But that's the dirty little secret, is that the Israeli government, the entire Zionist project, is to take over the entire Middle East by hook or by crook, whatever justification. And it's, you know, it's any rumblings, any discussion you hear, any nuanced discussions about the 2-state solution, et cetera, it's just about buying time while they achieve this goal.
Yeah, he is one of the worst people on the planet, and he's a traitor to the country. And I'm talking about Mike Huckabee, of course. I also want to clarify that the theology that Tucker is challenging him on is not theology that he believes in. Yeah. He's just challenging Huckabee on what he claims he believes. And
Tucker Carlson doesn't believe in anything. And this is where TYT is failing, because the reason why he's doing this is to help divide and conquer the United States at the behest of Russia. And TYT intentionally doesn't bring it up, because that's what's going on. China and Russia see Western support of Israel as an opportunity to help bust us up, to help criticize and delegitimize the United States. And we deserve it, right? Because what are we doing? We're supporting a genocide. We're supporting an ethnic cleansing campaign. So we deserve the criticism. But Tucker Carlson doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians. He doesn't give a fuck about Palestine. This is literally just a strategic political decision that is, that he's doing at the behest of Russia. And TYT doesn't have the balls to point it out. They're not stupid. They're not stupid, and they just magically think Tucker Carlson has turned a page on this. They know goddamn well what the fuck is going on here. But because TYT and Cenk Uygur, I believe they truly, by hook or by crook, want to help Palestine. I truly believe that their Cenk Uygur's motivations are in an effort to help Palestine. So they're kind of willing to let propagandists like Tucker Carlson get away with what they're getting away with, because they think, well, maybe this will help save lives in Palestine. So they don't want to, so they're kind of, laundering Tucker Carlson's image, because it's like, well, kind of the devil you're working with, right? So they stay quiet on Ukraine, Russia, or sometimes peek their head out long enough to criticize our support of Ukraine, which is sometimes what they do, hinting that it's a waste of money. But they stay pretty much silent on Ukraine, every once in a while saying that, Putin's invasion is unjustified and things like that. But they mainly just stay quiet on it because they're legitimately motivated in helping Palestine. And look, it's like, that's not noble enough to be lying about propagandists like Tucker Carlson, right? Like you should have more respect for your audience instead of trying to manipulate your audience, into thinking that Tucker Carlson is somehow an honest actor in the situation. Like, you should be pointing out that Tucker Carlson is defending what you believe in terms of defending Palestine. Not for honest reasons, not because he gives a shit about Palestinian lives, but because he's a propagandist for Russia, and that would give them room to point out the things that I point out about the World War II revisionism, et cetera, the Great Replacement theory, his support of the Great Replacement theory, which he just a couple months ago at CPAC or or TPUSA, wherever it was, making speeches about how he supports that. They keep all that quiet. The fucking interview with Nick Fuentes, where they were buddies and they were all really, really nice to each other. Tucker Carlson disagreeing with using a word salad with Nick Fuentes, but basically trying to polish Nick Fuentes' image. It would give them room to actually point out some of those things, but they don't. They launder his fucking image.
It's a cult, guys. It's literally a cult, a death cult that thinks it's okay to steal, to slaughter untold, numbers of innocent people in order to take over land that doesn't belong to you. That is what he's advocating for, and he prances around pretending as though he is a good, moral Christian. No, he's a demon, okay? Bad people advocate for garbage like that. But I'm curious what you think, Cenk. Do you think that genocide and land theft is okay if, your mythology somehow buys into that?
Says it in the Bible.
Look, he's not the only one saying that.
Yeah, there's a lot of demons in the world, I know.
Yeah, no. What I mean is, historically, every time an imperial empire or fascists come into power, they always say that they have a genetic right to the land. That's literally what the Nazis said. They said we have a right to the Sudetenland, to Poland, to Austria. Those are our birthrights because of our genes. Israel is making an identical argument, saying we have a genetic right to this land. I'm going to come back to that in a second. But that's why Tucker asking that question to Huckabee makes sense. Well, who has the genetic right? Because if it's a genetic right, put aside the fact that that's a fascist proposition to begin with, but don't we have to know who it is then? Like, what if I raised my hand and said, okay, I'm now Jewish, I have the right to all of that land, okay?
And that's of course what the Zionists want everyone to believe, that, you know, if you just agree with the political Zionist project, then you too are allowed Palestinian land. They're not secular. They're not democratic. They're certainly not liberal. Sure, they're capitalist. I'll give you that. But yeah, that's not what's happening. Energy. You know, it's like, yeah, I agree. I agree, and so does TYT. They agree with the two-state solution, right? We're like, there are some lefties like Hassan that are unironically saying from the river to the sea, and you know, trying to justify the argument that because Israel stole this land to begin with, that, you know, they don't deserve to be there. The cat's out of the bag. They're there, right? There should be a two-state solution. Israel needs to learn how to work with its Arab neighbors. But Israel doesn't believe that. The citizens of Israel doesn't believe that. The government of Israel doesn't believe that. They don't believe in a two-state solution. And outside of getting completely cut off militarily and losing a war, you know, will they actually reverse course on that decision? You know, it would require moderates to take over the government. We're decades and decades away from that. The direction that the Israeli government is going in is more extremism. Smotrich literally last year said, you know, the proposition he wants to give the Palestinians is either voluntarily migrate, which is literally get on a plane and ship yourself off to Somaliland or Egypt or Jordan, or we kill you. That's literally the direction the Israeli government is going in. There's no interest whatsoever in a two-state solution. And honestly, when's the last time you even heard two-state solution coming from the U.S. government? And, you know, Keir Starmer's government once in a while bringing up the two-state solution laughably while they're jailing their own citizens for daring to hold up a free Palestine, you know, Palestine action sign. It's laughable. It's laughable. And like I said before, it's an effort to buy time for the ethnic cleansing campaign.
You say that's absurd. No, we're not going to give it to you. Well, why not? Well, because you're not Jewish. You're not genetically Jewish. Or, well, then let's find out who is, right? Okay, now the reality is you don't have to do any of that because there is no genetic right to land. That's insane. And again, literally fascist.
It's nonsense.
And so in this case, Anna, Israel did this propaganda in America, and it worked brilliantly. And I gotta give them credit for it. What they wanted was the Christians to be on their side, right? So they said, "Oh, the Bible says that we." Not
and this argument has been extremely effective. It's bizarre. If you go to these rural neighborhoods, I used to know somebody who is, you know, claims to be religious. He has no connection whatsoever to Israel, but he defends Israel to the hilt. And, you know, and it's some believe, of course, that eventually they're going to get their Christian apocalypse by supporting Israel. And others just believe that it's a biblical argument and they deserve it. But this has been an extremely effective argument for getting a lot of, you know, quite frankly, stupid theocratic religious freaks to agree to what Israel is doing, even though they're not Jewish. It's been a very effective argument.
Guys, and not the Palestinians, not the people who live there, not anyone else, but we all have the right to that because that's what Christianity wants. That's what the Bible wants. That's what Jesus wants, right? Now, that was a giant lie. And by the way, if we're doing it like that, okay, well, are we going to go back into the Bible and go, okay, wait, which land now belongs to the Canaanites?
Yeah, no,
How come there's no talk of the Canaanites?
Where does it stop? Where does it stop?
So, I mean, and then what if the Muslims go, okay, well, that's your religious belief. My religious belief is that the entire Middle East should be Muslim, including Israel. So I have a genetic right to your land. Oh, now we're at a crossroads, aren't we? Yeah. We're at loggerheads. Because you don't do stupid things like genetic right to land. And of course, my favorite point is that we could always come back in, the Turks can, and go, well, brother, I had it all. So now I have the right to that land.
Yeah, I mean, descendants of Genghis Khan, right? Like everyone's a fucking descendant of Genghis Khan, right? Almost everyone is. Like, where does it end? And of course, that's why it's totally ludicrous. But the entity that could actually force Israel into compromising on a two-state solution, the United States, the UK, Germany, they have no interest whatsoever in stopping this project, seemingly because they agree with what Israel is doing. They don't like these Middle Eastern countries. They don't like these Arab countries. They would prefer that Israel conquers all these countries, and that's just the cold hard fact of the matter, is that they agree with what Israel is doing. They would just prefer Israel to do what they're doing now, which is killing only a few dozen Palestinians a week while slowly taking chunks and chunks of Palestinian territory. Yeah, exactly. Heterodotos. Yeah, we're all descendants of Genghis Khan, right? I mean, I'm just speaking facetiously, of course, but like it's why it's a ludicrous argument on its face. But it doesn't matter. It's like whatever works, right? Like if saying we're all descendants of Harry Potter worked, that's what you would be seeing from the Israeli government. It's they have a goal, which is greater Israel. And whatever rhetorical tricks, whatever propaganda tricks that they think are going to be effective in achieving that goal, they're going to utilize.
And that's what leads to perpetual war when fascist monsters say that only their people, their ethnicity has a right to the land, and they can murder anyone they want and wipe them off that land. So when Tucker asked, are you going to help Israel wipe out everybody in the Middle East, from the Nile in Egypt to the Euphrates in Turkey? And you just heard the answer. And Huckabee's like, they should have it all. And of course, we should pay for all that ethnic cleansing, all that genocide, all that war. We should pay with not only treasure, but with our blood and not theirs.
Yeah. No, and it's shocking that Huckabee and Lindsey Graham and all these characters that are basically politicians for the Israeli government, they continue to enjoy support from American voters, and that's where the religious element comes in, right? Because they in Israel they say, I'm your agent, almost literally. They say, I'm here, for the defense of your country. But then when they come to America, they say, I'm here to defend the Bible. And in defending the Bible, that's why I'm defending Israel, right? So it's nasty. It's really nasty propaganda, but it fucking works, man. It really does. It's gross stuff, but it works.
That's right. And so it doesn't matter what religious beliefs the people living in these, neighboring countries believe. If it were Mormons, if it were Christians, if it were Buddhists, we would hear the exact same propaganda about them as we're hearing about Muslims today. Yeah. So just remember that as our airwaves and our print media will be full of all sorts of claims, making it seem as though the bad guys here are those who are being invaded, those who are being bombed, those who are having their land stolen from them, and their, in some cases, democratically elected leaders overthrown on behalf of Israel.
And look, if you're not a fan of Hamas, I totally get it. Just look to what's happening in the West Bank, right? This has very little to do with actual terrorism, with what Hamas is. Because like if there was an actual concern about Hamas, and there was actually a concern about thank you, baby, about saving the Palestinian country, we would see the United States cut off weapons with Israel and actually occupy, northern Gaza and do what they did I think it was called the Marshall Plan, right, after World War II, like what happened in Japan and what happened in Germany, right? A temporary occupation, a temporary government. You create stability. You allow Palestinians to then, once things have become stable, to then pick their own government, to do a democratic election. Because you would need to protect the Palestinians from Hamas, who have no interest whatsoever in relinquishing power, in participating in any kind of democratic election. And of course, Israel would have no interest in that either. So you'd be fighting against Israel, and you'd also be fighting against Hamas. But it would be a coalition of the UK and Germany and the United States occupying a portion of Gaza, or maybe the entirety of Gaza, to create a security state to where you would then implement some kind of actually democratic election. You create some kind of stability. But there's no interest in doing any of that. It's really just dump money and weapons into Israel until the job is done. And of course, the job is ethnic cleansing.
I want to talk about the lack of peace.
And it doesn't stop with Palestine either, because the moment Palestine is done, Israel is not going to declare its borders. It's on to Jordan. It's on to Syria. It's on to Egypt. They're not stopping at Palestine once they've absorbed the final parts of the West Bank, and they have some kind of deal with Somaliland or someplace else to dump these Palestinians somewhere. It's immediately on to the next Muslim Arab country, right? It does not stop with Palestine.
The Middle East, the heart of that conflict has been and always will be Israel, as long as we enable that country.
Every time you're
right. And it's like I said before, I want to make it clear, TYT is not being dishonest in their support for Palestine. I truly believe that they're in defense of Palestine for all the right reasons. And they are intentionally laundering Tucker Carlson's motivations for that reason, because they'll take whatever help they can from whatever avenue, right? Because in their eyes, the greater enemy is Israel, and it's also terrific. Yeah, we just got done talking about tariffs there, Mr. Cannoli. Man. Picture of cannoli, my fat ass. I'm hungry. I want a cannoli now. But if you look at TYT, I mean, it is Tucker Carlson Central over here. They got 2 videos in a row, actually 3. Look at this, 3 of them, 3 in a row. I mean, and it's all good stuff, but they can't find the fucking time to bring up where Tucker Carlson is actually coming from and why, and it's because they don't want to muddy the waters. They don't want to, you got, I mean, who was it? Was it Anna that went on Tucker's show or something like that? Maybe I'm getting that wrong. Yeah, energy. Yeah, that's true. But I truly believe TYT is, they have honest intentions. It's not like they're receiving money from Russia or receiving money from China, or right, there's some right winger that disagrees with Israel and that's why they're doing it. I truly believe they're horrified by what they see in Palestine, and that's why they're laundering Tucker Carlson's image. But all the same, it's a double-edged sword, because this guy is getting in front of the camera and defending the Great Replacement theory. He's laundering Nick Fuentes' image. It's not good to be dishonest about propagandists like Tucker Carlson. It will bite you in the ass. It absolutely will bite you in the ass. All right, so that's always a tough subject to talk about. When it comes, Israel, Palestine is always a tough subject to talk about. Then you throw in TYT and Tucker Carlson, it makes it even more difficult. So I know sometimes I stumble through
under
that.
President Trump.
I know sometimes it can be laborious to talk about it, and I'm sorry about that. But I say it's not nuanced. I say it's not complicated, and really there's aspects of it that isn't. But it is, all the different interests and all the different directions. It does make it a very difficult subject to talk about. Let's move on though, and talk about Denmark really quick. And then after this, we're going to talk about ICE a little bit. There's some really horrific footage we're seeing of ICE and protesters being abused. So I want to cover that. But would you believe that the people in Denmark are super fucking pissed at Donald Trump and they're super fucking pissed at what's happening with Greenland? Would you believe that? So I wanted to cover this really quick because, it's the whole fucking flood the zone theory. It works. It works. Like, I really wish I had the time. I didn't have a disabled son, and I wasn't able, I was able to dedicate a daily stream, because I would have certain subjects for every single day, and then maybe I would be able to cover 50% of the insanity that's coming from this dictatorial, tyrannical Trump regime. So I wish I could give you more. I really do wish I could give you more. Because it's an absolute travesty against the truth and against journalism that multi-billion-dollar journalist operations like CNN and others, who have unbelievable amounts of resources, NBC, et cetera, and they only find the time 24 hours a day. They're covering news, but they only find the time to cover 2 or 3 subjects. If you get your news exclusively from MSNBC or NBC or CNN, you would think there's like 3 things to talk about, right? Tariffs, the news lady's mother who was kidnapped, and Jeffrey Epstein, but only certain aspects of Jeffrey Epstein. Everything else gets tossed away and ignored and forgotten. And it really is a get wife to stream. She's actually busy working a job to keep food in my belly, believe it or not. So if she wasn't working as hard as she's working, I wouldn't be able to even do 1 day a week to cover the news. Okay. I'd be like, I'd be begging on the fucking streets. I'd be in the fucking gutter, Hey guys, I got 10 minutes on my cell phone plan. Thought I'd cover some news real quick before cops kick me out of this location in front of the Wendy's. Okay, so she's the only reason why I get to sit here and do this once a week. So thank God for my wife. But let's cover a little bit of Denmark here.
Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference, and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends here in Europe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's what America's doing. They want to work with their partners in Europe. How come you don't want to work with us to take over Greenland? How come you don't want to work with us to help invade Venezuela and invade Iran? We just want to work with the Europeans on letting us do whatever the hell we want to do anywhere we want.
Rubio repeatedly highlighted the transatlantic bond, a message that came as a relief to many European leaders, but it doesn't quite match the rhetoric from his president, Donald Trump, whose recent remarks on Europe have been causing friction. In Denmark, for example, high-ranking officials like retired General Christian Wied feel betrayed by Trump's dismissal of Danish involvement in NATO's Afghanistan mission.
U.S. President Donald Trump has alienated allies in many ways, but his attacks on Denmark have been particularly harsh, threatening to invade Greenland and saying NATO countries, including Denmark, didn't step up in Afghanistan, have tested the patience of one of Washington's...
Disgusting. Absolutely. You're going to hear a little bit of the rhetoric from Donald Trump about, we were the only ones who engaged, what was it, Article 3 or Article 2 or whatever, which is basically, after 9/11, which forced all the NATO allies to come to our aid. And we're talking about people from Canada, people from the UK, people from Denmark died so that we can have a little military adventure in Iraq and Afghanistan. They died. And Donald Trump comes out and says, oh yeah, they hung out in the back. Oh yeah, I hear that they helped us out. Oh, whatever. They hung out in the back. fucking Bone Spurs McDiaper filler over here talking about how, oh, they didn't really help. They didn't really help. It's disgusting and insulting. It's the kind of shit that takes decades of apologizing and, corrective behavior before, an entire country will forgive us for allowing this man to sit in that seat and make those statements. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting.
Longtime partners.
That's a stab in the back.
Denmark, a country of just over 6 million people in northwestern Europe, was one of a dozen countries which created NATO in 1949 in Washington, D.C. Danish Air Force General Christian Witt spent his entire military career shoulder to shoulder with American counterparts. And as Denmark's then Chief of Defense, he personally sent Danish troops to back up the U.S. when it went to war in Afghanistan 3 months after.
He sent men to their death to uphold the treaty. And to hear an American president say those things, it's just, it's really hard to even, it's beyond the pale. It's so insulting.
After 9/11. So when Trump criticized NATO countries as staying off the front lines in that war, General Witt was outraged.
That's a stab in the back.
Disgusting.
Because that's a lie. We were there from day one. I was with our Prime Minister
Welcome back.
at Air Station
Sir
Aalborg,
Smoke a lot.
saying farewell to our Special Operations troops from the Army and our SEALs from the Navy. We were there.
44 of them never came back, the highest number per capita of any country other than the U.S. In reaction to Trump's comments, citizens placed 44 flags, each bearing the name of a fallen service member, in front of the U.S. Embassy in Copenhagen, but the embassy removed them. That was too much for the retired general. Witt, along with many other former service members, decided to take to the streets of Copenhagen in late January.
Right. One presidency, 8 years, right? If we get fucking Zoran Mamdani as president and he goes on a fucking groveling tour on his fucking knees, it won't be enough to repair the damage that Donald Trump made with his offhand little comment, trying to pump himself up, trying to pump America up like that, because that's what he thinks is supposed to be admirable, right? The damage that he's fucking doing to soft power, to legitimate power, to our diplomatic relationship with these other countries. If there's another fucking world war, this is the kind of shit that will make or break participating, helping, right? This is the kind of shit that, it's hard to even quantify the damage. It really is. It's hard to even quantify.
Never been in a demonstration before in my life. I'm 83 years old. I have never been to an event like this, but it just felt so natural. And of course, with the incident of the insult, you could say, removing flags in front of the American embassy, it was not only now support from a narrow group of veterans, it was support from all of Denmark.
He was joined by an estimated 10,000 other people, a huge turnout by Danish standards. That day, the marchers replaced the memorial flags, but goodwill isn't so easily restored.
There has already been a lot of soul searching among Danish veterans after the collapse of the Afghanistan mission. Lots of veterans being really frustrated about the whole thing, that they went there, some of their comrades were killed, some of them are maimed for life, and they had this feeling that it was all for nothing. So, and then Trump's on top of that basically says that Denmark didn't do a thing.
But it's not just those who have served who are affected by tension in the U.S.-Danish relationship. It's also those who will take their places. partially in response to Trump's repeated threats to take Greenland by force if necessary, coupled with an official assessment that the U.S. could no longer be counted on if Russia attacked. Denmark has almost tripled the length of mandatory military service, from 4 to 11 months, a move expected to add thousands of better trained soldiers to its ranks within a few years. The first class of new conscripts, all of whom joined voluntarily, just started training.
This is totally necessary.
19-year-old Leora Olsen is among those who chose to serve.
I'm happy to be here.
And do you like the idea of staying 11 months instead of 4?
Yes, I think it gives more opportunity to learn more and to have more experience.
Regiment Commander Kåre Jacobsen acknowledges Trump will be a factor in training the new troops.
The new youth that we're actually getting in, they are on social media, they are on the media all the time, so they actually know what's going around in the world. So we cannot just ignore it and say, now it's 11 months of conscription and nothing is going on in Europe. So we actually have to address that issue and tell them what's actually going on and what are we going to use them for in that, how should I say, frame as well.
The one thing I want to say to you simply, Steve, is that if you've got time to smoke weed and drink and fuck, you have time to get your ass in the streets. So you better be following the 3-step fucking program to create political change. All right? Go ahead, Twitter your life away. That's fine. But you better be on the right side of history if you give a shit.
23-year-old Sebastian Hedegaard says he's excited about his future, but also realistic about its risks.
What do you think will be the scariest thing that you'll face?
Well, it's obviously going to war is a big part, but maybe it won't happen. Maybe it will. We'll take it one day at a time.
Do you think it's closer than it was a year ago?
Yes, a little bit maybe.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Because of the Americans or the...
This guy's he's just wearing a sweatshirt with a picture of a donkey on it. I love this.
The Russians.
In the entire world, just in the state we're in.
Military analyst Peter Viggo Jacobsen believes this will be the case for the foreseeable future.
If we can't trust the Americans and the Russians are actually winning, then we're in a completely new world. And that has been the official messaging from the government since February of last year. And that's the environment that these youngsters are coming into.
But General Wietz says he's not giving up on the relationship yet.
Yes, we got stabbed in the back, but we have so many friends in the U.S. My hope, of course, is...
The woke patriot is wrong and he's right, because the central core issue is class, but we can't ignore the damage that boomers do as well. But he's correct in that, the central issue that faces us all is a class-based one, is this: we're fighting against the oligarchy. And he himself, being a boomer or a Gen Xer, is living proof, Lenny is another one there, that just because you're old doesn't mean you're automatically wrong about politics. There is a bit of a correlation there, but really, if you want an enemy, it's the rich, it's the oligarchy, it's a class-based situation. No, don't get your fucking panties in a twist, okay? Because if we had every boomer on planet Earth in front of us, a majority of the boomers would be voting against their own self-interests. With that said, though, the solution is, and class is one of the reasons why, because they got theirs, right? They got a home, they're in their retirement. But it is class. If that's where we need to be focusing our energy. No. There's nothing we can do about it. We shouldn't be euthanizing anybody. And of course, not all boomers are wealthy. That's a good point as well. And this is why we need to focus on class and not age, not race. It's a class-based problem. We are up against a disgusting, sadistic, pedophilic oligarchy. And that's where we should be. Neither gender, of course. That's where we should be focusing our attention. No doubt about it.
That one man cannot, or two or three, cannot disrupt this forever.
Yeah. Well, you're wrong, Simply Steve. You're absolutely wrong.
So that's my hope. We will get together one day very closely. That's my hope, and I'm sure that will happen.
Yeah, keep fucking dreaming, okay? Instead of hope, I have a real solution. It's called the 3-step program. 1, we inform ourselves. 2, we sign up and show up. Something that he's only done in the twilight years of his life. Him admitting, I've never been to a protest. And 3, we got to put in the fucking work. That's how we defeat the anti-democratic elements that are trying to defeat us. You don't do it with hope and dreams. Simply Steve is not 100% correct. Get that nihilistic bullshit out of my fucking chat. All right, look, you want to fuck, you want to smoke, that's all good, but you need to participate in this battle. You got to participate in this fucking battle against the oligarchy. Let's talk about ICE and the cops. Let's talk about ICE. So this footage is, some students in a small town, Quakertown, Pennsylvania. Plainclothes cop gets his fucking panties in a twist. It's my favorite thing to say now. But he gets his panties all twisted up. He doesn't like it when young people standing up for their rights. And he's in plain clothes. How is anybody supposed to know, who this guy is? He's not waving around a badge. And this is how he treats. Of course, he's pro-MAGA, of course. Apparently, this is the police chief. Almost all the police chiefs are pro-MAGA, pro-fascism. And this is how they act. This is how they act. There's a million different ways to enforce the law. But when MAGA sees young people standing up for their rights, they get extra insulted. They don't like it. Young people, according to them, don't have any agency. They don't have any rights, and they need to shut up and do what they're told. And of course, what are they being told? Well, follow the government. Lick those boots just like I do. They get personally insulted when they see young people going in a different direction as them, and this is how they react. Grabbing people, pulling people. All he has in his hand is a fucking walkie-talkie. It's literally any schmuck in the world. We have no fucking idea who this guy is. Right? And what are they doing? They're protesting. Right? Are they breaking windows? Are they smashing cars? Are they lighting stuff on fire? And all these people, these are high schoolers, so they're all underage.
Doesn't need to be in the because she's not going anywhere. It's a peaceful protest. We're peacefully protesting. Yeah.
Cops don't support peaceful protests. They support obedience and bootlicking. That's what they want. And their solution to every problem is violence.
We're peacefully protesting. No more ICE! No more ICE!
Says who? Yeah, you can't be apparently. Thank you for that clarification. Says fucking who? These are our fucking streets.
No more ICE!
And they're not on the streets, by the way. They're on the fucking sidewalk of this small little town. They're not even blocking traffic.
No more ICE! No more ICE!
So then this fucking prick, I was about to do some ageism, call him a boomer, but it's a minefield, and rightfully so. So I'll avoid the ageism. But this piece of shit prick decides to take it because he thinks that the cops are going to have his back. So he starts directly engaging with these young people. Honestly, he does the protesters a favor because he takes it way over the top. You see his other buddies here, the pro-cop, pro-MAGA buddies, have to pull him off this child. Look at this shit. You better lick them boots. I'll deport you. I'll deport you. You look slightly ethnic. I'm going to deport you.
Get off him! No! Let him the fuck up!
He's got enough fucking energy to to assault a teenage girl. He's fucking bleeding out the nose. Looks like he got his fucking nose blopped. It's like his other fucking MAGA buddies have to pull this fucking fool off him. Right, and the cops, of course, there to defend MAGA, defend the tyrants. That's what they're there for. That's the only thing they know how to do. It's why they knee-jerk support ICE. They don't know any other move, right? They certainly can't support American dissent. They can't support protests. They don't know how to be patriotic. They only know how to lick boots. Right. There's another angle as well of this altercation here. See if I can find it in my chat. Yeah, I think this is the one right here. Yeah. And the thumbnail kind of shows this person here put this child in a fucking headlock. And the cops, of course, any charges? Welcome back, YouTubing. Good to see you. Any charges for these fucking bastards? No, of course not. Pro-MAGA, authoritarian elements, they get the defense of the police. So here's another angle. Kind of hard to see.
No more! Yo! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Right, and I'll give them a break for being obnoxious because they're children. Okay, so give them a break. Right, the fucking social media, like pointing the camera at your own face to get your own reaction. Right, we'll just give them a fucking break. Okay.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Joe, I got you. Oh my god. Joe, I don't know, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
And let me make clear, these children are heroes. These children are patriotic. They're expressing, one of the most American things you can express, dissent against tyranny. The Second Amendment, right-wing, libertarian, MAGA supporters should be out there in full force to support them, because how many times have you heard from the right wing about, how they're going to stand up against tyranny, about how, that's why they're amassing their arsenal, and this is why they need the legal right to carry bazookas, to carry high-powered military-grade weaponry is because one day America might turn into a tyranny. And, of course, because it's a right-wing tyranny, because it's always going to be right-wing, almost always, they fully support it. They fully defend it, and they love it. So when right-wing MAGA sees this, just like when they saw the murder of Renee Nicole Good, when they saw the murder of Alex Preddy, a Second Amendment supporter himself, they cheered it on. They support it. They lick the boots. As Tim Pool said, I am the boot. They're proud of it. They support it. They want this. They want this. They want the ability to kill liberals. They want the ability to oppress anybody to the left of Nick Fuentes. They want the ability to oppress people based off the color of their skin, but not just the color of their skin, the color of their politics.
I don't know. Where? Hold on, stay with me. Stay with me. I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna call her.
Oh my God.
Great camera work. I just got to throw that in. Okay, I'm giving these kids a break, but Jesus Christ, man, holy shit.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's always been a class war.
No, I know.
It has. It has.
I think she's down there. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's always been a class war. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I got more ICE-related stuff in the Discord here, but there is this Ukraine clip I wanted to show. We haven't talked about Ukraine yet today, so better get this in while I can. Putin's, Russia's terrorism against Ukrainian civilians continues. And this France 24 mini documentary, welcome back, Seneca. This France 24 mini documentary covers a bit of what it's like to be a Ukrainian citizen being invaded by Russia. They have no respect for civilians. They are actually targeting civilians with drone bombs, cruise missiles. They're targeting, of course, as I've covered extensively, playgrounds, hospitals, bus stops, markets, places where civilians congregate, and of course this liberation attempt, as Russia puts it, it's terrorism, and the whole point of it is to frighten people into bending the knee, into basically being so fed up with the constant violence that they start to fight against their own government, to fight against Zelensky, and encourage Zelensky to just give up. And slowly but surely it does work, but it's a very slow process. And of course, if Zelensky doesn't continue to fight against corruption, and if Zelensky is not effective on the battlefield, that process would accelerate. Luckily, Zelensky is going after corruption, slower than what I would prefer, but there's absolutely an effort there to go after corruption, the Russian infiltration of his government, and he is absolutely being effective on the battlefield. So morale is not great in Ukraine, but it's not dismal to the point of your average Ukrainian citizen wanting to just give up and let Russia take over. Because Ukraine has such a long history of being controlled by Russia, they know damn well what they're going to get. They know goddamn well what their life is going to look like if they lose this war. So that's a pretty good motivator as well. But I wanted to take this opportunity to show you this mini documentary here, just to give you a little taste of what it's like to be a Ukrainian citizen who is, currently under a terrorist operation coming from Russia. Spoiler alert, it's
over a city.
Real quick, I'd also just like to mention that Ukraine has yet to intentionally target any Russian civilians. Sometimes Russian civilians do get caught up in this if they are close to military targets, and Russia, of course, builds civilian infrastructure right next to these military targets oftentimes. But Ukraine has yet even now, to intentionally target a single civilian location.
Or this sound. Four years after Russian tanks crossed into Ukraine, this is what Ukrainians have come to fear.
Всі чули звук дрона, бачили його.
Drones have transformed the battlefield. But the Russians are using them widely to target Ukrainian civilians.
Я постійний свідок цих атак.
Launched from Russian territory, Shahed drones fly hundreds of kilometers to strike Ukrainians in their homes. Small drones known as FPVs target civilians. After 4 years of conflict,
Look at this.
Drones have brought...
This is really striking footage right here. Ukrainian civilian getting out of his vehicle and raising his hands. I have no weapons. I'm just trying to live my life here. Just trying to be liberated by Russia over here. And they do it anyway.
War to Ukrainians' doorstep. Four years into the war, the front line has stopped moving. Cities close to the front are vulnerable, like Kherson. On the banks of the Dnieper River, across from Russian forces, the city has become a hunting ground for what locals call a human safari. The Russian drone operators can see their targets. They know what and who they are killing.
Big props to your boy Lenny over there. Accidents waiting to happen. Make sure you're supporting and following Lenny over there from south of Boston. Hashtag more Lenny. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
The drones they use are known as FPVs, for first-person view. The drone pilot sees what the drone sees
Good to see you, Harry.
in real time. The drone carries a charge, which detonates on impact.
They might want to improve their skills, and that's why they start hunting people. Sometimes it's just for fun, and it's been actually explored by psychologists, this effect of video game when you don't have a feeling of killing, or it's even getting exciting like in video games. Unfortunately, that's a very common practice when operators understand that their drone is dying. I heard a lot, such feedback like, I just don't want to waste this drone, so I need to strike at least something.
From their bunkers across the river, the Russian pilots patrol what they have called red zones, areas in which they regard anything that moves as a legitimate target, on grounds that it could be Ukrainian soldiers in disguise. Russian military bloggers post the drone footage on Telegram and directly threaten the city's residents.
Гражданским быть предельно внимательными и осторожными. Ограничьте свое передвижение, покиньте по возможности данную зону.
It's supposed to be a liberation. Oh, get the fuck out of there.
Всі чули звук дрона, бачили його.
Allah lives in Kherson.
І діти також різного віку, вони вже показують, якщо вони чують звук дрона, вони показують наверх, і вони навіть вміють промовляти дрон-дрон.
The authorities in Kherson have installed netting to protect their citizens.
Пропонується і по небезпечним зонам пропонується з відкритим склом їхати, тому що в закритій машині не почуєш. Саме про дронову атаку нас ніхто не може попередити. всі розраховуємо на себе, на свій слух і на те, що ми чуємо свист, і значить в нас є 3 секунди, щоб кудись сховатися. Всі паркові зони знаходяться зараз в червоній лінії. Вийти, прогулятися десь, пройтись по свіжому повітрю ми не маємо можливості.
The danger is not just in the city. Last year, a farmer named Alexander Gordyenko became a local hero for shooting down Russian drones with his shotgun.
Ну, а сьогодні нові реалії. Сьогодні ось такі вещі будуть і така рушниця.
But the Russian drone pilots managed to find him. He was killed on September 5th when a drone hit his car. We spoke to another farmer in the region whose fields have been targeted by Russian drones.
Дуже складно.
Disgusting terrorism. And Ukraine has the ability and the resources to be retaliating against civilians, and they choose not to do it. Most militaries, even the United States, would not be so disciplined.
Чи був би я свідком зривових атак? Я постійний свідок цих атак. Особливо в цьому році ми це відчули, тому що в цьому році було їх як ніколи багато.
Targeted like soldiers.
Дуже багато було пожеж від дронових атак. Тобто дрон просто залітає, там падає на поле і поле пшениці згорає. Це дуже непередбачувана штука.
FPV attacks have been reported across Ukraine. In the north, this bus was hit by a Russian FPV.
Fucking school bus.
The local prosecutor said a 69-year-old man was killed. It happened 20 kilometers from the front line.
From the beginning of the war,
Russia.
The range has extended. The usual range was like 5-10 kilometers.
And the main reason why the range was extended because of Starlink. So thankfully, Starlink has finally been cut off. Yeah, good point, Heterodotos. And it doesn't, a 60-year-old man was killed there, so maybe it wasn't an actual school bus. But I mean, how does the drone operator know what the difference is? Clearly, it's civilian. Ukraine, when they're transporting stuff, they transport it in military vehicles. They do things by the Geneva Code. They're not. I'm sure there's some subterfuge. I'm sure there's some. Hiding using civilian vehicles. I know they do, NGOs and other volunteers will use civilian vehicles to extract civilians from these places. But it's just... Anyway, I don't know what point I was trying to make. It's disgusting.
But current developments in communication systems
Starlink. Starlink. Thankfully, Starlink has finally been cut off from Russia. They could have done this fucking year and a half ago, 2 years ago. But finally, Russians are not able to utilize Starlink for their drone warfare terrorism.
Them to work up to 20 kilometers. So basically, this extended range allows them to get closer to civilians.
The number of civilians being hit by short-range drones is rising.
Look at that. It's intentional.
The UN has found that 95% of civilians targeted by short-range drones in 2025 were in territory held by the Ukrainian government.
Right.
526 civilians were killed. More than 3,000 injured. In Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, 51 people were killed, 149 injured. Russia has accused Ukraine of using FPV drones too. Those claims have not been independently verified. Short-range drones can drop a variety of weapons.
Російська армія розкидає ліпістки, так звані, міні-такі взривчатки, які нагадують нам листочки від дерев осеню, вони зелені, білого кольору на зимку скидають, або коричневого. І люди, якщо навіть не дивитися під ноги, наступають на них і травмуються, відриваються кінцівки.
These are anti-personnel mines, known as PFM-1s. Their aim is to cause major injuries, but not kill outright. On January 18th, these kind of mines were dropped near a hospital in Kherson and had to be neutralized.
Bye-bye.
Small drones like FPVs are not the only drones in Russia's arsenal. Russia also uses drones that are larger, faster, and much more powerful. Shahed drones are an Iranian design, cheaper than missiles and produced in massive numbers. They rain down on Ukrainian cities every night, dozens at a time.
This is, of course, one of the reasons why I'm no friend of the Iranian theocratic government. They're, you know, if they had any sense whatsoever, they would be, you know, helping Ukraine. They'd be helping the West, trying to, you know, get them in the good graces there to make this harder, regime change harder to justify. But the theocratic government, the Shah, they somehow have calculated that, you know, using Hezbollah, supporting Russia, is, you know, we're supposed to be afraid of Iran, and nobody's afraid of Iran. We're really just afraid of what they're going to do to global trade if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And if they do shut down the Strait of Hormuz, it's just, you know, it's only going to be a matter of time before, you know, whatever military element is shutting down the strait is obliterated, and it's, you know, finally and conclusively taken over by the West. And because of this antagonism, you know, it's going to be easily justified by Western media and Western propaganda, right? It's not going to be about sovereignty. It's not going to be a question of what's right or what's wrong. It's going to be justified because of you know, the Iranian government's support of elements like Russia and elements like Hezbollah. It's totally counterproductive, and it's not effective resistance. I'm not saying you have to like lie down, okay, against Western imperialism, and Iran is absolutely justified in criticizing the West and resisting the West. But this idea that they are, you know, a viable military threat, and that, you know, that the West is afraid of them because of the military threat that they you know, that they put forward there, it's ludicrous. All you're doing is handing over the justification to the Lindsey Grahams of the world to say that, you know, look, they're, you know, they hate us, they're never going to work with us, et cetera, et cetera. They support terrorism, and, you know, we're justified in disregarding their sovereignty and wiping them out or using subterfuge to, you know, to try to do a regime change. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Supporting Russia, supporting Hamas through Hezbollah, it has been a losing strategy for Iran. It has not you know, instilled fear into these Western elements that are oppressing and you know, disrespecting Iran's sovereignty, of course, at the behest of Israel. It just doesn't work. That doesn't mean you're not justified in resisting, but you have to find, you know, because what would have been more effective is, you know, trying to work with the UK, trying to work with other European elements, you know, to get them on your side, to get these European elements to become advocates for your government to help defend your sovereignty. That would make it more difficult for the United States and Israel to justify regime change and justify bombings and things like that. But they don't. They take an antagonistic stance, and, you know, and we're supposed to be intimidated by these fucking idiots. We're not. We're just not. They're not powerful enough. They're not effective enough. and they're getting people killed, helping out a fucking tyrannical regime in Russia, helping out Hamas, and no one's gonna fucking lose any sleep at the Iranian government getting its ass kicked, whether it's justified or not. You know what I mean? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That doesn't mean that there isn't Western aggression against you, and it doesn't mean that resisting that aggression isn't justified. But the manner in which they go about it is, quite frankly, ineffective. It doesn't fucking work. Handing over this effective tool to Russia.
Their use has taken off since 2025. The Russian army has fired as many as 800 Shaheds in one night. One of the main targets is Odessa. On January 27th, a dozen Shaheds hit the port city and the surrounding area.
How hard would it be for Donald Trump to justify what he has planned in Iran if Iran was providing this technology to Ukraine, and Iran and the Iranian government was working with working with the UK to using Hezbollah to help fight against Hamas? How much more difficult would it be for these authoritarian Western regimes to justify what it's about to do in Iran, right? If that was the case, you know what I mean? Like it would make things much more difficult. But instead, they make themselves into fucking cartoonish villains, right? Mustache twirling, Allah Akbar and fucking villains. And that easily justifies the Donald Trumps and the Israels of the world to come in and attempt their, ludicrous regime change adventures.
От та ніч прям була дуже важка, і це була така прям масована, довга атака. Тут другий, третій, це чотирьохповерхівка, другий, третій поверх просто наскрізь пробило. На жаль, в цьому будинку 2 людини загинули.
Launched in waves from specially built airports, the Russian drones are designed to overwhelm Ukraine's anti-missile defenses.
Починаючи з вечора, тому що іноді там десь 8-9 вечора вони починають нас тероризувати, починаються повітряні тривоги, починає летіти. Але по нашій практиці, то мені здається, 2, 3, 4 година ночі. Якщо брати статистику, то саме в цей час буде найбільше прильотів, коли люди мирно сплять.
The Shaheds that fly overhead also hit Ukrainians' electricity and heat
with the watermark.
By targeting the country's energy infrastructure.
With the
aim
watermark.
To wear down the population. Transportation is another target.
До мене сюди. Мужики, помагайте, йдіть сюди. Сюди пошли.
This passenger train was hit by Shahed-type drones in the Kharkiv region.
Я все пам'ятаю. Зупинено було на перегоні машиністами екстреним гальмуванням, так як перший дрон влучив перед локомотивом. Уже він його зупинив. Почув звук того ж самого дрона «Герань». Була об'явлена евакуація пасажирів. На жаль, він влучив по 16-му вагону. Як це? Вони спеціально ввели туди ціль. Вони ж знайшли її.
I smelled some weed today. Just someone drove by in a car. They were at some weed company. Their whole fucking car smelled like weed. God, it smelled so good. When does it go away? When do the cravings go away? I'm supposed to not be addicted to this stuff. I just want to smoke some weed, man. Oh my God. Oh, it hurts.
6 people were killed. 5 civilians and an off-duty soldier. Ukrainian airspace has been closed to passenger flights since the Russian invasion, making trains essential.
But I miss it. I fucking miss it, man.
Russian drones have also hit trains at the station, here in the Sumy region.
Right. These are civilian targets.
For civilians, it's psychological effect, because previously it was considered to travel by rail pretty safely for civilians. People are more scared to use trains nowadays.
Yeah, it's intentional. It's intentional.
In its effort to wear down Ukraine and its people, Russia is testing new uses for its Shahed drones.
News is new joint, yeah.
They can now deliver different types of charges, including so-called cluster munitions, seen here on a roof near the Ukrainian capital.
I don't want to
These
smoke.
casings each contain multiple small bombs. They didn't detonate this time, but are designed to cause injuries across a wide area.
Jesus
Cluster
Christ.
munitions and any munition dropped from Shahed is always a big danger
On an
for
apartment
civilians
building.
because people tend to approach and pick up things. So Russians are very creative in this, and unfortunately, these specific techniques and tactics was developed just to bring more casualties.
The UN estimates that
God, it's
684 civilians were killed in Ukraine in 2025 by Russian missiles and long-range drones. More than 4,000 people were injured.
It's fucking disgusting.
Ukraine has also stepped up its strikes against...
And every time Donald Trump talks about it, it's as if it's like an equal both sides situation. Never brings up the terrorism that Russia is intentionally inflicting on Ukrainian civilians. It's, brings it up like it's a both sides fucking issue, man. It's just disgusting.
targets in Russia, using more and more long-range drones. The Ukrainians say their targets are military.
Puts up a picture of him and Trump.
Strategic.
Fucking asshole.
But Ukrainian strikes have also hit civilian zones. The number of casualties is unknown.
Not intentionally. Not intentionally. That's because Russia will shoot down, something flying over a civilian area on its way to a legitimate military target, and Russia doesn't give a shit. They'll shoot it down over a civilian area. Never once has Ukraine ever intentionally targeted a civilian. Never once. And it would be big news if that was the case. It would be big fucking news if that was the case. I like how they throw that in at the very end. Like there's some kind of equivalent. There's no fucking equivalent. Never forget what you're fighting for, folks. Discord. Oh, man. This sucks. Moving on from Ukraine here, let's talk about what's going to be happening with Discord. What's currently happening. I don't think they're going to reverse this. They're basically turning Discord into another tool of the police state. Yeah, and it's worse than what we think. It's worse than even what we think, right? But they're automatically adding, if you do the age verification, you're automatically adding yourself to a fucking watch list, to a fucking government database that will automatically target you as a leftist, as a dissenter, because they just assume if you're using Discord that you're, left-leaning, even though a lot of right-wing fucking Nazis like to use Discord. A lot of so-called gamers who only give a shit about, does their game contain children that they can goon over or, women with big titties. It's really bad. It's really bad. And it's like it was pretty easy for me to get off Twitter because of fucking, Air Elon over here. That was a pretty easy decision. It sucks being a politics guy to no longer have access to Twitter because there's a lot of useful politics related stuff. A lot of useful video game stuff, a lot of really cool indie developers on Twitter, right? You get to see they post information. Not everybody's moving to Mastodon. Not everybody's moving to Blue Sky. And I get it, right? Like, I barely have time to even participate in social media. But I use Discord heavily. If you're on the Discord channel, you know that I do. I post a lot in the channel. I use it as a aggregation tool. But this shit can't be avoided. This shit can't be avoided. Let me play this video for you here, just to show you how bad the situation is with Discord. And I will be proceeding. Is it sloat? What is it? What is it called? What is it called? Sloat? Like, I don't even know the fucking name of it. What is it called? Slout? What is it called? How old is this? Optical drives. Oh, 11 days ago. Someone help me out. What's the alternative to Discord called? It's gonna suck though, because it's not like the Discord server that I have is really huge and popping, right? No offense, but only a few of you are contributing to it, but I'm greatly appreciative of those that are, contributing. Big props to Woke Patriot, big props to Strategy Member, big props to Marcus, I believe, is also using it. Yeah, we got Marculus. MSN Messenger. Now, what the hell is it called? No, it's not Slack. Stoat. It's an animal? Okay, Stoat app. But Stoat is where I'm going to be moving the Discord. I'm not going to close the Discord because you're still going to be able to use it. I hear basically it's going to do some kind of check and make an assumption as to whether you're a teenager or an adult based off your posting history. I'm not even sure. So I'm going to keep the Discord because you'll still be able to use it without the age verification. But eventually, of course, we all know where this is going. It's going to be an age verification for everybody. They're probably going to make it so that I can't host the server because I have to, it's a free service that Discord offers for me to even have the server. They're probably going to make it so that server owners have to do an age verification eventually if they don't do it already, right? So I'm basically just going to try to recreate the Discord using Stoat. But we all know how this is going to go. No one's going to use it. No one's going to go over to it. It's going to be like Blue Sky, where it's like maybe slowly growing, or maybe like Mastodon, and it's like it turns into a fucking ghost town. Even though Mastodon is the direction we should all be going in. Fully open source, fully decentralized. I could have complete control. But yeah, Lenny, you can sign up for Stoat. Here's the link. Bulletin board, yeah. I mean, the thing that makes Discord useful is you can post videos, you can post images, audio, you can do voice chat as well as text chat, and it makes it a very useful tool, especially for stuff that, activism and, the stuff that I'm trying to do with the News Underground, right? Makes it a very useful tool. And Stoat apparently has most of those features, right? It's the closest. Like TeamSpeak, it doesn't have some of the features that Discord has, right? It's fun, it's useful, and if you're a gamer, doesn't have those features, right? Slack is an option, but Slack is, I think you have to pay to do your own server, maybe, and it just doesn't have. Yeah, I like TeamSpeak, but it just doesn't have the features that Discord has. It just doesn't. I used to use TeamSpeak quite a bit when I was a gamer boy. I'm still a gamer boy, but I just don't have enough time to have friends that play games and stuff, right? So, you got Vent. You go to Vent. But look, it's like it looks and functions very similar to Discord. So this is the direction we're going to be going in. I'm going to keep the server open, but I'm going to advertise this alternative in my Discord very heavily. And I'm going to try to post. I'm going to try to move my posting behavior over to Stoat because of shit like this. Like it's one thing to demand an age verification. Okay, that's one thing. And in fact, I don't necessarily disagree with it. Because, the whole idea of, people being anonymous on the internet has created a lot of problems in and of itself. Like, I believe of course, you should be able to be anonymous, but I'm not totally against having specific spaces that check to see if you're a fucking adult, right? To see if you are, you are who you say you are, right? You like, oh, I'm an American and I love ICE, but no, you're a fucking Russian. You're a fucking Russian working for the Russian government, right? So I'm not necessarily in disagreement with that, but you add this whole extra layer of Palantir and the U.S. government, and it's like, holy shit, it's just another surveillance tool. It's just another fucking tentacle of the fucking police state. And of course, they don't go after the Nazis. They don't go after the extreme right-wingers. They don't go after the nihilists. They go after the left-wingers. They go after the protesters. They go after the progressives. Right? That's what this is about. It's about quashing dissent. It's about another area where we don't have the full surveillance of the U.S. government and taking care of that. Well, we still have ICQ, but it's like very similar to TeamSpeak, where it's a useful text chat thing, and I don't know if you can do voice on ICQ, but it doesn't have the functionality and features that Discord has, right? With the pictures and the videos. Is it not even available in the EU? Come on, man, are you serial? Go here, other downloads. Here, go to this website on your phone and see if you can download Stoat. We got the Android, we got Mac, iOS right here. Oh, Test Flight. It's called Test Flight. So try it from there. See if you can get it from there. But listen to this shit. They're just like they did with Twitter, just like they're trying to do to the rest of the fucking internet. Oh, God damn it. So you can't even get it from the UK? You see what I mean? Like, it's like they're turning it into a tool of the fucking police state. Okay? It's not just age verification. It's like literally transforming this into a tool that is going to be used against dissent.
3 hackers accidentally just found a huge surveillance system that was hiding behind age checks. You see, Celeste, MDL, and Desirwa were looking for ways to bypass the age verification provider called Persona, since so many
and of course, Persona is owned. It's like a Palantir connected Peter Thiel company.
Companies started using them recently, including platforms like Roblox and Discord. But according to this massive report they just posted, what they accidentally found instead was that apparently Persona, OpenAI, and the US government were using face scans to build an identity surveillance system that basically confirms what people already suspected about age checks. So apparently Persona left a front end connected to a US government authorized server with over 2,000 internal files just sitting there completely exposed. And the most important findings.
So to the folks that are having problems with downloading stuff right now with Stoat, they're apparently overwhelmed because so many people are now trying to sign up. So keep it in mind, keep it on the short list, and try again in like a week, because apparently they're just being completely bombarded right now. So that might be the reason why you're having issues. I don't know about the EU thing. Maybe we should try Signal. Like I gotta figure out a good alternative here. Ideally, it would be something that I'm hosting myself. Like I would prefer to do like a Mastodon kind of thing for Discord. And because I have a server, I can just, get that going on it. I would prefer to keep it totally decentralized from everybody, and it's just me, and I can encrypt the whole thing, et cetera, et cetera. That's how I'd prefer to do it. So if anyone knows of any kind of Discord-like open source application that would allow me to do that, that's how I'd prefer to do it.
were that when you submit a face scan or a government ID, both of them get put on a watch list that starts tracking you under 13 different list types.
So listen to this. Listen to this shit.
And the most important findings were that when you submit a face scan or a government ID, both of them get put on a watch list that starts tracking you under 13 different list types, from digital fingerprints and device IDs all the way to geolocation. And the system can even track any crypto addresses you might connect to for a total of 269 verification checks that get tied to a single identity. And the craziest part is that these hackers didn't break the law to find all this data. This information was just left completely exposed.
Right, and it kind of cuts off a little early, but you get the fucking point. You get the fucking point. So I'm looking at this Matrix thing now. Good suggestion here from Female Eunuchs. Kind of buggy. I mean, that's the thing about Discord, though, right? Like, and this is why so many people went to it, is that it was so goddamn useful, so fucking easy. It was free, and it did everything for you. You got the voice chat, you got the video streaming, you got the fucking text, you got the videos, the audio if you wanted to. You know, it embeds websites properly. You post a website link, and it gives you the fucking picture. So public home servers. But this is the kind of shit that I'm going to need to do. Like, it's ironic, right? I call this operation the News Underground, but I'm like legitimately going to have to take this whole fucking thing underground. Eventually, I'm going to get my ass. Eventually, Jeff Bezos is going to do to Twitch like what he did to the Washington Post, completely gut it, completely ruin it in terms of usefulness for leftist politics. And yeah, there he fucking is. And I already have plans to do like a website. You know, I'm going to have to host my own website and host my own like video streaming, which is like goddamn expensive, by the way. Did you know if I were to host my own website, I would have to pay for every single individual who watches it a certain amount of money? Right, because it's being served to every one of these people that are seeing. So it would, like, if as my stream grows in popularity, I would have to fucking pay money, more and more and more money as more and more people watch it. Could you imagine? It's like, because I have about 20 viewers right now. I haven't checked. I'll just assume I got around 20 viewers or something. It would cost me like $10 an hour to host to like 20 viewers. 29. Hey, not bad, not bad. So that'd be like $10, $15 an hour for me to just, so I got to find some kind of way to make this happen. And they know this. The oligarchy understands this. They know they're gonna lock down every little avenue for you to get, real news, real information, opinion that is outside of the magosphere, that's outside of the government's purview. Popular alternative to Discord, but many people still don't get the why. We'll start with the Discord proper definition of server. Lack of privacy, that's the number one reason. Mandatory age verification, they probably added that recently. Excessive tracking. Hostile stance against unofficial clients or client modifications. Yeah, so this is great. God. I'm like literally going to have to take this shit actually legitimately underground. Chat freely with Matrix. Yet another chat platform. I get it. You're annoyed by Discord, skeptical of Telegram, angered by Facebook, tired of Slack. XMPP, I don't even know what the hell that is. Board of IRC. Matrix is not centralized. No need to rely on big tech for your basic needs. Yeah, this is basically what I need. Thank you, Female Eunuchs. I'm going to look into this a little bit more in my own time. I don't want to waste any more of anybody's time here. But yeah, no, I'm going to have to look into this and see what I can do, because I'm going to have to take this shit underground. Maybe I'll do Stoat. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I don't know, man. Thank you, Female Eunuchs. Speaking of the Discord, big props to Strategy Member who posted this video, and big props to Woke Patriot who posted this in the meme section. Hilarious. But here's an explanation of what is happening right now with gas, and I thought this is pretty relevant to most people. Most people drive their car. I don't know how many people in the chat are getting chauffeured around. But gas prices are pretty relevant to most folks, and I found this to be a pretty useful video. So big props to Strategy member. Thank you for sharing this. Pretty interesting video. Let's watch.
Holy shit. Holy shit, y'all. Gas is $1.94. I haven't seen this price like at least for 6-7 years. It's on Fuqua and Beamer. Whew. $20 can fill my tank. Hallelujah.
But gas been a little bit cheaper lately. And no, the oil companies didn't suddenly find Jesus. What you're actually watching is the world's biggest cartel beefing with itself. Share and save this because this is geopolitical economics for regular folks. Quick lesson. Oil prices are not set by Bob's presidents. They're set by a cartel. Yeah, like drugs, but with suits and flags. The cartel's called OPEC. And the big dogs in that group, Saudi Arabia and Russia. And together, that's about half of the world's oil. And their main ops, the United States, about 20% of the world's global production. So how does this...
Look, I know it's very Zoomer coded. He's talking a million miles an hour, but he's actually providing some pretty useful information, and he's right about what he's saying.
Game work. You see, OPEC doesn't set prices directly. They actually just control supply. So more oil equals cheaper gas. Less oil equals expensive gas. So let's just break this down simply. OPEC likes to play this little game. Let's keep prices high, but not so high that America starts drilling like a crackhead. Because once oil hits about $70 per barrel, the U.S. oil companies say less and start pumping. See, back in 2016, Saudi Arabia realizes something crazy. Oil ain't forever. At this time, half their GDP was oil. So they launched Vision 2030. Tourism, tech, real estate, EVs, the whole rebrand. Okay, I'm sure you guys have seen a million Riyadh season ads at this point. That's the rebrand that I'm talking about. Yeah. But all of that costs money, which means they need oil prices high. So from 2016 to 2020, they try to keep oil prices hovering just under $70. The perfect sweet spot. America stays chill and Saudi gets paid. Then come 2022. Russia invades Ukraine. Sanctions drop and Russian oil gets locked out of global markets. Supply drops and oil prices go stupid. $90, $100, $120 a barrel. And America, like the thugs we are, said bet. U.S. drilling goes crazy. In fact, for a minute, the U.S. became the biggest oil producer on earth. But Russia's like, we got a war to fund. We can't play cartel freeze tag. So Russia breaks rank and dumps oil on the market. So to recap, now you got the U.S. pumping like they just started OnlyFans. Russia dumping like the night after a tequila and Taco Bell combo. Supply is flooding streets. And with that, prices start falling fast. In fact, U.S. oil companies...
Look, if this is what it takes for young people to get politically active, whatever, I'll take it, okay? Whatever. 6-7 all day, you fucking maniacs. Whatever, dude. Whatever it takes. Do I got to report the news from inside of a toilet, my head sticking out of a fucking toilet? Whatever it fucking takes. Okay, yeah, I'll give you the link right here. Definitely give this guy some support. Healer of Wallets. Healer of Wallets. I'm gonna go get a toilet so I can stick my head in it, and then I can report the news while I don't know what, playing Subway Surfers, whatever it fucking takes for you fucking kids, whatever.
He's made so much during the spike, they learned how to drill profitably at $45 and $50 a barrel. So now Saudi Arabia's nightmare happens. They need high prices, but America doesn't anymore. So Saudi hits this in 2023. They say, all right, y'all, we got to cut production again. But smaller OPEC countries are broke. They can't afford to play Monopoly with empty pockets. So everybody just starts cheap. Cartel discipline dies, and OPEC starts cracking. And that's why today, 2026, oil is floating at about $40 to $60 a barrel. Not because politicians saved you, but because, like Meek Mill said, so much money, all your friends turned to enemies. As a result, America learned how to start drilling cheaper, and everyone started looking out for themselves. Gas got cheaper because global power structures started beefing, not because corporations got kind. So if the prices drop, cool. Just don't get comfortable. Share and save this video. You just got geopolitics without a degree.
Look, he's right. He's right. Good job. Good job. There you go, Zoomers. That one's for you. 6-7, Skibbity Toilet. 6-7. Talking about memes, here's a really good one. Here's a classic based off of what happened just recently with the tariffs and the Supreme Court ruling. I think you folks might enjoy this. Might recognize this one.
Es ist dem Feind gelungen, die Front in breiter Formation zu durchbrechen. Im Süden hat der Gegner Zossen genommen und stößt auf Stahnsdorf vor. Der Feind operiert jetzt am nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Frohnau und Pankow. Und im Osten ist der Feind bis zur Linie Lichtenberg, Marsdorf, Karlshorst gelangt.
Mit dem Angriff Steiners wird das alles in Ordnung kommen.
Mein Führer, Steiner konnte nicht genügend Kräfte für einen Angriff massieren.
No!
Der Angriff Steiner ist nicht erfolgt.
We have to pay it back. Oh no, President Trump. Yeah, female eunuchs. I totally agree with you there.
Es bleiben im Raum.
If I hired you in the last hour, leave.
Jodel, Krebs und Butter.
Man, they picked the right guy for Goebbels, didn't they? Downfall. Oh my God, where do you even find this guy? How does it feel to be the actor that's like the perfect Goebbels? It's literally him.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriff Steiners war ein Befehl!
The best deals.
Wer sind Sie, dass Sie es wagen, sich mein Befehl zu widersetzen? So weit ist das also gekommen.
You weak losers.
Der Militär hat mich belogen. Jeder hat mich belogen, sogar die SS. Die gesamte Generalität ist nichts weiter als ein Haufen niederträchtiger Träume und Feiglinge.
Mein Führer, ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie verbringen...
Feiglinge! Verreiter, Versager!
Mein Führer, was Sie da sagen, ist ungeheuerlich.
Die Generalität ist das Geschmeiß des deutschen Volkes.
Thank you,
Sie ist
Blase.
ohne Ehre! Sie nennen sich Generale, weil Sie Jahre auf Militärakademien zugebracht haben, nur um zu lernen, wie man Messer und Gabel hält.
Well, for Lenny over here, I was actually thinking about you when this was announced, but of course he immediately ruins it by implementing new tariffs, and in some cases increasing tariffs on certain countries, like the UK that had special deals for certain exports and imports and whatnot. So he's, any advantage that any small business, like with Lenny there, with the yo-yos, with the toys, right? Wiped out, in fact, probably made even more difficult now, at least for the next 150 days.
Lange hat das Militär meine Aktionen nur behindert. Es hat mir jeden nur den Widerstand in den Weg gelegt. Ich hätte gut daran getan, von Jahren alle höheren Offiziere diktieren zu lassen, wie Stalin. Ich war nie auf einer Akademie. Und doch habe ich allein auf mich gestellt, ganz Europa erobert.
He wasn't on the island.
Verräter. Von allem Anfang an bin ich so verraten und betrogen worden. Es wurde ein ungeheurer Verrat geübt am deutschen Volke. Aber alle diese Verräter werden bezahlen. Mit ihrem eigenen Blut werden sie bezahlen. Sie werden das saufen in ihrem eigenen Blut.
Together.
I don't want to go back there. Terrible. It's just terrible.
Meine Befehle sind in den Wind gesprochen. Es ist unmöglich, unter diesen Umständen zu führen. Es ist aus.
I already did.
Der Krieg
This is a great
ist
ending.
verloren.
I shit myself.
Aber wenn Sie, meine Herren, glauben, dass ich deswegen Berlin verlasse, irren Sie sich gewaltig. Eher jage ich mir eine Kugel durch den Kopf.
You fucks.
Tun Sie, was Sie wollen.
Wipe my ass. Oh, the downfall meme never gets old. It just never gets old, folks. The fucking downfall meme. I love it. I love it. I've seen the actual movie too much now because I know what he's saying. He's mentioning Steiner. He's mentioning Stalin. Hookback Dundee, man. But I just love that downfall meme. I really do. Classic stuff. Yeah, this is God, there's so much. There's so much. I don't even know where to fucking start. Here, this is a funny one. This is a good one. this person reacting to some black folks that are still, not with it. We'll just say that. Okay. I just love her reaction in this. This is pretty funny. We'll try to keep the positive energy up here. Try to keep the funnies rolling. But I love her reaction to this. I don't know when this happened, but these black folks over here basically saying, leave Trump alone and whatnot. It's really just sad at this point. But her reaction is perfect. So let's go ahead and watch this.
One thing I like about him, he keeps it real, just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks. Thank God for this president. I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And Grandma said it. Bitch, you got me fucked up. Hard wig to hard wig. What the hell is going on? Like, what in the Django Unchained is happening? What in the Aunt Jemima's unemployment?
It perfectly cuts off. What in the Aunt Jemima? Very funny stuff. Very, very funny stuff. Hilarious. Hard wig to hard wig. You got me fucked up. I don't know how old that is, but very funny stuff. Auntie Ruckus. If you don't know the Ruckus meme, it's from Boondocks. Very funny. What in the Django Unchained? Oh man. Okay. I gotta be careful, right? What I laugh at and support, but that was pretty goddamn funny. I guess in lighter Trump news, now in an effort to further distract us from the Jeffrey Epstein stuff and the tariff stuff, Donald Trump is now talking about UFO disclosure. So let's go ahead and I'll show a little bit of this here. Of course, we know if you've been doing any of the UFO stuff for a while, like I have, you know how they do disclosure. Hinting that they're going to release something of substance and then just putting out the same fucking information that they've always put out, never giving us anything new. And if it is new, it's like, it's not a high-res video. It's not a good, close-up shot of anything. It's some grainy video that could be interpreted any way possible, right? It could be hardcore proof that something weird is going on, some kind of ship that does something against gravity. Or it could literally be a fabricated, AI video, right? They never give you anything that's worth a damn, and that'll be the case here, I guarantee it. But this is the kind of shit that Donald Trump is now saying, and some people are speculating that it's to distract us from Jeffrey Epstein. It might be true, it might not be true, but I know for a fact that they're not going to give us anything. And of course, this is based off of what Barack Obama said. And of course, people were like, "Oh, Barack Obama admitted it, that aliens exist," and all he was saying is that the universe is vast, and that there's a good chance that aliens exist because the universe is so large. He wasn't saying that he has any proof. He came out later, a couple days later, after making that statement, and clarified that he's like, "When I was president, I didn't have anything on it," right? So I don't think these people are ever going to give us any kind of legitimate truth. Like, I want to believe. I'm right there with you. Like, I want to believe. But what needs to happen is, like, during a baseball game, a fucking UFO needs to float down, and float above, high-res cameras, some goddamn space aliens, like, waving out the window. That's what needs to fucking happen, right? Welcome back, Michael Richards and Hooligan Grundy. Good to see you.
Barack Obama said that aliens.
Right. And of course, Donald Trump is, of course, saying Barack Obama is a traitor, that he's, you know, that he's releasing state secrets and that he's going to be investigated. And I'm so tired of this man. I'm so absolutely fucking up to here with it. You know what I mean? Soccer game, whatever, some kind of sports game, right? Someplace where it's like irrefutable, high-res cameras everywhere. No one can deny what they saw. You know, the goddamn money shot. That's what we need, the fucking money shot.
Are real. Have you seen any evidence of non-human visitors to Earth?
Well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that. You know?
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not supposed to.
So they're either real and he gave classified information, or they're not fucking real, right? He's such a fucking idiot. He's such a fucking moron.
Be doing that. He made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information. No, I don't have an opinion on it. I never talk about it. A lot of people do. A lot of people believe it. Do you believe it, Peter?
Well, the president can declassify anything that he wants to. So if you want to make an announcement,
I may get him out of trouble by declassifying.
Right. Whatever. Just fucking, can it just happen already? You know what I'm talking about. You know, can it just fucking happen already? You know, I'd rather deal with JD Vance. You know what I mean? I'd rather deal with fucking JD Vance at this point. Real quick, I guess we should talk about the Board of Peace and Donald Trump stealing $10 billion from the American public to do something with. Yeah, he's just as evil and more craven and younger than Donald Trump. It'll be a total nightmare. But you know what I mean? I'm so sick and tired of this man. I'm just so, whatever, dude. You know, whatever. Let's just move on to Hitler 2.0 already with JD Vance. Let's just get it the fuck over with. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just so fucking tired of him. Of course, Heterodotos. Of course, I know. Yeah, the connection between him and Peter Thiel. He's a goddamn puppet for Peter Thiel. And of course, Peter Thiel over here proudly making proclamations that he hates democracy, that democracy is a detriment to human growth, and that, you know, we all need to be tracked and chipped, and that the future of humanity is a techno-feudalist fucking tyranny. And I know that's exactly the direction that JD Vance wants to take us in, that he's going to go dictator 2.0. He's not going to slow down on Project 2025 at all. I know all this. I know. I'm just so sick of this fucking man. They're going to do it anyway. It's going to come anyway. You know what I mean? Just rip that fucking Band-Aid off, man. God, I'm so sick and tired of Donald fucking J. Trump. I'm sick of his voice. I'm sick of his fucking everything about this man. He is literally everything that is wrong with America. Donald Trump. Everything. Okay? But yeah, Peter Thiel's a fucking Nazi, and JD Vance is going to go hardcore dictator 2.0. Like, and he's not, you know, he understands that he's not going to win any kind of electoral college, election. He understands that, you know, JD Vance understands that he's not going to, in a fair democracy, he's not going to get a fucking vote. He's Jeb fucking Bush 2.0. He understands all that. So that's why he's going to, when he's sitting in that chair, when he is president, like, even if he has like a week left, he's going to do martial law. He's going to go, you know, completely above the Constitution. He's not going to respect any of it. And he's like, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I feel very confident in saying that JD Vance has no interest whatsoever in democracy. But just get it over with. Get this man off the fucking stage, please. Yeah, exactly, hooligan. It's just I'm just so fucking tired. It's like, you know, since 2016, it's like a nightmare I can't wake up from, man. It's like I'm stuck in the fucking dream world with Freddy Cougar over here, except he's an incompetent Freddy Cougar. He's not even funny. He doesn't even have funny quips. Orange fucking makeup, shit in his fucking diapers. You know? God damn it. All right. Anyway, the Board of Peace, which is yet another grift, his attempt to usurp the United Nations. And of course, it's a bunch of fucking villains. Nobody who's actually, part of the Western Democratic Alliance wants anything to do with this. It's fucking it's Qatar. It's fucking all the rest of them. Even FIFA was there at the last meeting. So now he's going to steal $10 billion from the American public to do God knows what with, probably to bribe a bunch of people to be members of this. And the whole idea is, like I said, to usurp the United Nations. So here's him announcing that he's going to steal $10 billion from us to do God knows what with.
I want to let you know that the United States is going to make a contribution of $10 billion to the Board of Peace.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to steal this money from Americans. Yeah, thank you so much.
And we've had great support for that number. And that number is a very small number when you look at that compared to the cost of war. That's 2 weeks of fighting. It's a very small number. It sounds like a lot, but it's a very small number. So we're committed to $10 billion.
Anyway, it's not going to do, it's not peace. It seems like the primary focus of this effort is to, complete and solidify the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip, to turn it into a bunch of fucking Trump hotels, etc. God, it literally just gives me a fucking headache. It's got nothing to do with peace. It's got nothing to do with, with working with other countries and trying to create diplomatic relationships. It's a bunch of thieves getting together and stealing little pieces of the board. Let's go ahead and do just a little bit more ICE news. This is a pretty salacious one. We got an ICE supervisor stone cold busted, trying to have sex with a 13-year-old girl, and this fat motherfucker thought he was gonna get away with it. Had a car filled with his gun, his badge, fucking methamphetamine, some fucking speed, and some Viagra. Thought he was gonna have a good old time, and he's stone cold busted by the cops. It was probably like the easiest fucking thing in the world. Some cop pretending to be a 13-year-old girl, right? He probably needed some picture taken off of some social media site, right? Like he was probably easily fooled. And what I'm trying to point out is that ICE has employed this is not an isolated incident. This is not an anomaly. You can expect to hear more of this. They've employed January 6ers. They've employed Boogaloo Boys. They've employed villains and sadists to work at ICE. And you can expect these kind of stories to be leaking out as long as ICE exists, as long as the government is willing to defend these fucking criminals. You can expect more and more individuals like this. It's the same reason why pedophiles are attracted to the Catholic Church, because they feel like the Catholic organization is going to defend them if they get busted. It's the same thing with ICE. Criminals are going to be attracted to ICE because they feel like they'll be defended, right? So here's yet another story about someone who works for ICE, stone cold fucking busted.
Police department, you're under arrest. Just so you know, you're being recorded, sir. Right there? Yep. I got it.
This video comes from the Othello Police Department. The man being arrested is Kobe Williams. He was a supervisor with ICE. The Associated Press reports that in the year 2022, Williams was arrested in a sting by police in Othello, Washington, while going to a hotel room to meet who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. He'd arranged to pay for sex. Williams, seen here, was 49 at the time. Here's more from the outlet. Williams had driven his government vehicle, which was filled with cash, alcohol, pills, and Viagra, and was carrying his ICE badge and loaded government firearm. The 22-year ICE veteran offered a rationale that turned out to be a lie, that he was there to rescue the girl as part of a human trafficking investigation. Williams is serving prison time for what prosecutors would call a reprehensible abuse of power. In 2024, the Tri-City Herald reported Williams told his wife in a recorded jailhouse call after he was arrested in July 2022 that he'd been working on the human trafficking investigation based on a DEA tip. His excuse was that he planned to meet with the victim to give her a hotline help number. Vanessa R. Waldreff, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Washington, would announce that Williams was sentenced on one count of attempted online enticement. Williams was convicted of this crime in May of 2024 following a jury trial, meaning they did not believe anything that he would present. United States District Judge Thomas O. Rice imposed a sentence of 135 months in federal prison to be followed by 15 years.
Could happen this weekend, Blase. It could be happening right fucking now, actually. You know, we don't know. Donald Trump is completely unpredictable. We have no idea when he's actually going to go through with it.
Of supervised release. And how exactly did they get him? Justice.gov wrote, Williams replied to a decoy Craigslist post as part of an undercover law enforcement operation meant to identify individuals interested in and willing to meet with minors for sex. The post indicated that
didn't even use the dark web. A motherfucker went on Craigslist.
Rebecca was a 13-year-old prostitute. Over the next 3 days, Williams called and chatted over text with Rebecca, who Williams believed to be a minor. During those conversations, Williams discussed her age, what Williams would pay for sexual acts, his employment as a quote-unquote cop, and arrangements to meet her at a hotel for sex. Assistant U.S. Attorney Stephanie Van Martyr would tell the judge he puts on a different public persona, a stark contrast to his conduct. He wanted to meet up with a 13-year-old, all while using his official position to gain her trust. The prosecution did note at trial that Kobe Williams lied to the judge and, in addition, the jury. Van Martyr would continue. He lied to his wife. He didn't care about his family then, and he brought them in here as a prop. So as I look at this here,
so his goddamn his wife is still defending this guy. I mean, it happens quite a bit, unfortunately.
Here's my question.
Motherfucker's got his weed pipe in this. You see this? Look at this. Hold on.
In here as a prop. So as
he's got a bunch of cool, like, you know, Tribe Called Quest and stuff. He's got Mos Def over here. He's got his fucking weed pipe up there, bro. Maybe it's a tobacco pipe. Come on, bro. This is supposed to be a legitimate TYT. This is TYT Sports, which does a lot of politics for some reason. Homie over here got his fucking weed pipe.
I look at this, here is my question.
This one shames. This is a tragedy in many respects, but people at the Department of Homeland Security, I know there are great people there that come to work every single day and do their jobs and do it admirably. Unfortunately, Mr. recently married back here is not one of those people. He works for ICE, and he is an auditor for them, a civilian employee.
This is a different case. This came out just a couple weeks ago.
He was arrested. He said, "I'm ICE boys." Well, you know, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, we put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail, and my understanding is he helped send people to send federal authorities. I think he's going to see some federal authorities because I think the feds are going to take this case.
Why do these...
Yeah, right. They're going to sweep it under the rug. You know, they're going to fucking, you know, they're going to do what they can to maybe not defend him as, you know, publicly as possible, but they'll send him to an ICE-friendly judge. He'll get a little slap on the wrist, right? It won't make headlines.
Incidents keep happening. with federal agents.
Mr. Brashad Johnson, out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here.
Come on, really? Really? The most disturbing? You must be some sleepy-ass town.
He is a backgrounder for ICE.
Yeah, so this was the guy doing background checks, and he himself is a fucking, trying to secure underage sex. He's the one supposed to be checking the legitimacy of other ICE agents. Just to give you an idea of how slapshot, how fucking, ramshackle this fucking ICE operation is.
Homeland Security and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds.
Right.
Which is kind of scary. So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people getting security clearance, this is one of the people that does the backgrounds, and you come here trying to purchase sex. We locked him up. I don't think he's going to be passing a background check no time soon. So basically his job is, he does the backgrounds, right? So like for anybody who applies for a job that needs to get security clearance, he's one of the people that does that. So he would go out to talk to people and see if they knew you or me.
These are not isolated incidences. This is what happens when you scrape the bottom of the barrel, and people that don't qualify to be security, at a mall, all of a sudden they get big signing bonuses, and the fascist president deputizes them. This is what it looks like, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop because folks like this are loyal. They're fucking loyal. And they don't care about the Constitution. They don't have any love for the, for America, for any of that. They don't give a shit. If they get to abuse people, if they get to abuse their power, if they get to, engage in their bigotries and their racism, they're absolutely happy to ruin the country. These people always exist, by the way. They exist in every democracy. And this is why checks and balances are so important. This is why standards are so important. Transparency is so important. Badges, right? The fact that they're not allowed to wear masks, et cetera, et cetera. This is why these things are so fucking important because, if you let a tyrannical dictator make the decisions, they're going to be there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a criminal. All that matters is if you're loyal.
Or whoever, and then write those background reports. That was
right. And if they can abuse people, they'll be loyal.
So let me be clear. So the federal government, they have a certain agency that does all their backgrounds, right? The DOD, Department of Defense. He works for them, so he does all the ICE backgrounds, HSI backgrounds.
Right. You get it. Right. You fucking get it. And it's going to get a lot worse. They're going to be raping people. They already are. They're physically abusing people, killing people. Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy are not the only two individuals that have died under ICE custody. They were just the most public. We got cases of people magically slamming their heads up against walls. We got cases of ICE agents going into porta potties with women. Right? What is she going to do? Crawl through the fucking vent in the roof? Oh, I got to watch you take a piss. I got no choice. Pull them pants down. I got to watch you take a piss. This is Donald Trump's America. They're going to be raping and hurting people. They already are, but it's going to be like an Israel-Palestine situation, right? Where it's like, first it's something that happens privately and is covered up, and then the attempt to normalize it and make it justified is the next step. That's the next fucking step. Noam Chomsky, huh? How about that Noam Chomsky, huh? I need to make clear there's no picture evidence of Noam Chomsky with underage women. But I'm going to show you this video here because Mehdi makes a really great point that there's no goddamn way in hell that one of the smartest guys on planet fucking Earth, Noam Chomsky, who wrote Manufacturing Consent, there's no fucking way that he didn't know what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. No fucking way. And he's too old now to even defend himself. Apparently his wife put out a statement in defense of himself. But he's too old to even get in front of a microphone anymore and make his own statement. But yeah, that's what Woke Patriot is saying is true, and that's what Mehdi Hassan is saying, is that power corrupts. And it corrupts. It has the opportunity to corrupt everybody, even individuals like Noam Chomsky. I've decided on what I'm going to do with my Noam Chomsky books. I've decided what I'm going to do with them. And I know Woke Patriot isn't going to agree, but this is what I'm going to personally do with my Noam Chomsky books. One, I'm going to read them. Okay? So one, I'm going to read them. Yeah. That's funny. Woke Patriot was like right there. One, I'm going to read them and not, I've only read, I haven't read all of them. I haven't read even half of them. But one, I'm going to read them. Two, I'm going to make a stamp of some sort that is like the asterisks. Remember I was talking about the asterisks. I'm going to make a custom stamp that says, Noam Chomsky was identified in the Epstein files as a close personal friend of Epstein who gave Epstein advice. It's going to be an expensive custom stamp, right? But basically, I'm going to explain what Epstein is actually guilty of. I'm going to put that stamp in the book, okay? And then I'm going to give them away. Put them in a little library or something. But Noam Chomsky deserves to have an asterisk next to his name that says he was corrupted by Jeffrey Epstein, that he was, a friend of Jeffrey. He was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's. But I'm also going to put on the stamp that there's no credible evidence that he himself participated in the human trafficking. Right? We have no evidence to point to Noam Chomsky having sex with underage women or even having sex with, these Russian prostitutes that Jeffrey Epstein would have access to. But that's what I'm going to do with my Noam Chomsky books. One, I'm going to read them, and then I'm going to put this custom stamp that explicitly points out that Noam Chomsky was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein, that he was in the emails, that he gave advice to Jeffrey Epstein on how to avoid public scrutiny. After his conviction, by the way, and then I'm going to give them away. Initially, I wanted to burn them. Initially, I wanted to throw them away. But Woke Patriot has convinced me well enough that would be, in a way, fascistic, right? And I don't burn books, right? Even if they're controversial, by controversial authors, and they're not. That's the thing about Noam Chomsky. It's like I don't agree with all of his shit. There's before the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, there was shit that was questionable about some of his opinions, right? Certain massacres, certain governments that did certain things, Noam Chomsky would make excuses for, et cetera, but this Epstein stuff is like, it goes well beyond an academic argument, and Mehdi Hassan does a great job of kind of explaining how I feel about it as well. So that's my plan with my Noam Chomsky books. Yeah, exactly, Woke Patriot, exactly. But you can't, like you point out, like you accurately point out, Woke Patriot, his contributions to the left, to academic discourse, cannot be ignored. You know, it's just like I hate Kanye West, but the man makes a good beat. I'm not going to sit here and deny that Kanye West doesn't make a good beat once in a while, right? He can really kick ass sometimes in the world of beat making. Well, Noam Chomsky, he cannot be ignored academically. If you give a shit about freedom and democracy and truth and rule of law, he can't be ignored. But this relationship with Jeffrey Epstein deserves an asterisk. His legacy deserves an asterisk. Okay? And I would expect the same thing. If I was up in the Epstein files, giving him tips and hints about how to avoid scrutiny after getting busted for having, seeking, underage prostitutes, you better be putting an asterisk next to my name as well. Okay? So that's my plan. That's what I'm going to do with my my Noam Chomsky books. I'm going to read them. I'm going to put an asterisk in the fucking book. I'm going to make a custom stamp. Then I'm going to put them in a little library and give them away. That's the plan. So let's hear what Mehdi-Hassan from Zateo has to say about it, because like I said, he basically he says what I'm thinking. He says what I'm feeling, which is incredible disappointment. Woke Patriot, you're not helping yourself out, man. Okay. Are you associated with underage sex traffickers? Is that what you're trying to say, Woke Patriot? Please don't answer that question if it's true, okay? I can only take so many people I respect being fucking open pedophiles, all right? Okay?
What are you thinking about Chomsky?
Well, first of all, I had already seen that he had the relationship with Epstein. I was upset in 23. Right now, poor old Noam is in a bad state of health, can't respond for himself. His wife, Valeria, did a statement. People should go read it. But back in 2023, when he was speaking, he dealt with it very badly when he was asked about why he was taking flights and he said, mind your own business, which was a weird thing to say when you're someone who believes in accountability, transparency, free discourse and conversation. And then the stuff that comes out of the files is a mixture of kind of depressing stuff where he's getting advice from Epstein on a personal, family, financial dispute with his children, which, nobody wants the world to have to see that, and that's bad. And, Epstein was a master manipulator and leverager of his abilities, and clearly he was able to use Chomsky in that way. On the other hand, there's also messages where, his wife is saying, you're our best friend, and Noam is saying, I can't wait to go to New Mexico Ranch and maybe the island, and clearly they were enjoying themselves. And look, that's just a reminder that everyone's human, unfortunately. That's not a defense of Noam Chomsky at all. I think it's outrageous. But, power and wealth corrupt. There's a reason we say that phrase. And absolute power and wealth corrupt, absolutely. And I think everyone's susceptible to it, which is probably why those of us who are journalists, public intellectuals, activists with platforms should probably try and keep our distance from the people in power and money. That's why I personally try and avoid that world. I don't know how successful I always am, but I try because, that is a world that's very easy to be pulled into. And the picture of Noam Chomsky hugging and chatting with Steve Bannon was a particularly depressing one for me, as was the picture of him laughing with Ehud Barak. I know Glenn Greenwald made the argument recently, every journalist should want to meet with Barak. That wasn't, clearly from the photo, that wasn't some journalistic meeting where Chomsky was holding Barak to account for his war crimes. That wasn't what was happening in that meeting. And I think that's a problem. And I'm sad that Noam Chomsky, now at this end of his life, I think this will super negatively affect his legacy.
Yeah, as well it should. As well it should. Okay? Personal hero of mine. I have like 8 of his fucking books. I haven't read them. Okay? There's a lot of books that I haven't read that I want to read. Right? If you care about intellectual discourse on the left, if you care about these topics that we're always talking about, you can't avoid Noam Chomsky. He's a fucking titan. He's a titan. And it's like, it's one thing, right, that you went to a party, but like the emails show a close personal relationship. And it's just like, God damn it. God damn it. Could it have been anyone else? Jon Stewart, right? A fucking Mehdi-Hassan, someone else. Someone else, please. But no, it's got to be Noam fucking Chomsky, man. I mean, the goddamn GOAT, the fucking GOAT, right? So anyway, that's what I'm going to personally do with my Noam Chomsky books. You do whatever the hell you want to do with your Noam Chomsky merch.
Like this, man. Y'all check this dope shit out.
He knew. He fucking knew. Period. Exactly, heterododos. Exactly. Barbara Bush ran over a guy and killed him. I didn't know about that one. Oh, man. And look, I agree with Woke Patriot, right? Billionaires, you know, they have, it's a different world for them. But that's no excuse. You know, just because you got $1 billion, that doesn't make you above morality. That, you know, it, you know, and these women were abused. We're not even talking about, you know, 13-year-old or 15-year-old barely legal. I mean, we're talking about toddlers. We're talking about infants. That's the kind of shit that Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Okay? Evil. Evil. On top of all the other shit. And he didn't even stop there at human trafficking. You know, he didn't even stop there at human trafficking. This guy was like honeypotting, you know, princes and kings. He's like manipulating governments. He's fucking up the gaming world. He's like, might be directly connected to EA's big push for microtransactions. You know, I don't like to use the word evil, but if there was ever a person that deserves the term, right, it's Jeffrey fucking Epstein. Evil. Yeah, I totally agree, Woke Patriot. Yes, exactly. And which is why I stand so firm against them, and it's why, you know, I try to have some fucking standards. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. You know, I don't need to be pushing hard back, you know, on TYT and pushing hard on the leftist journalism space like I do. I could be trying to make friends with these people, but there's got to be at least one guy standing up, you know, who's trying to, like, you know, keeping himself separated from this universe. You know, it ain't easy. It ain't easy having principles. It really isn't. I'm not friends with anybody. Okay? I don't have friends, all right? But that does allow a certain amount of principled stances, right? But it ain't easy, man. Okay, and it's like I said, like, if it was like a David Brooks situation where he was like at a cocktail party, right? That's like, okay, that's one thing, right? That's shitty. But that's not Noam Chomsky, man. They were buddies. They were fucking buddies, emailing each other back and forth. It hurts. It like literally physically hurts. Okay? It literally physically hurts to talk about it, right? Like, never have I felt such an overwhelming desire to ignore it and just sweep it under the rug and be like, okay, I'm going to give Noam a break. You know? I just can't, though. I don't fucking operate that way. I don't operate like that. Yeah. I mean, like, and even then, like, they're not like full-blown Israel supporters. They just don't speak out for Palestinian rights, Radiohead. But that's really disappointing. Right? It's really disappointing with Radiohead and their cowardice when it comes to Palestine. Okay. So, guys, did you know fucking Howard Lutnick has a connection to 9/11 survivors Do you know about any of this? Yeah, but it isn't though, right? Like it isn't. OK Computer is a masterpiece, right? Manufacturing consent is a fucking essential piece of academic work. But it just, you can't help. You can't help, you know? You can't fucking help, man. You can't help thinking about it. You know? No matter how good OK Computer is. So anyway, there's a fucking connection between Howard Lutnick and 9/11 survivors. You know, the more we're finding out, like it's some shit is some, you know what I mean? Like, you know me, I'm a fucking, you want to call me a truther or whatever. Like, I don't believe those towers came down magically on their own because of jet fuel, okay? I do believe that the fucking buildings were demolished. I don't know who, I don't know how. There's 99% of the information about 9/11 is like from Alex Jones, and it's fucking garbage. Okay. One interesting piece of information is, you know how they've released a bunch of Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Magically, all the stuff around the time of 9/11 has been left out. Okay, or heavily redacted. We've gotten little bits and pieces of it. But apparently there's some connection between him and 9/11 and Israel and anyway, so this is coming out now about Howard fucking Nutlick. Watch.
Harold Lutnick, Cantor Fitzgerald, Harold Lutnick just happened to be out of the office that day that the terrorists struck. Mr. Lutnick was taking his son to his first day of kindergarten. He spoke to our business correspondent, Terry Keenan, earlier today.
So I spent the day yesterday and part of the day in talking to our insurance company.
Yeah, he's always been that guy. Yeah, literally always. I mean, literally central casting, rich fucking prick. He's always been this guy.
Our insurance company, CNA, told me that they would.
Yes,
well, they told our
that's
guys.
what we were saying.
Told me, and then they told me that that they were willing to treat this as an accidental death, which means that they would double the policy for all of my victims upstairs and all of us, and so that added $35 million to that group upstairs. But the sad thing is, so $35 million sounds like so much money, but if you divide it by 700 people,
this guy's fucking faking it. He can barely keep the fucking grin off his face, and he's pretending to fucking cry.
It's only $50,000. It's not enough.
Right. Not buying it, Nutlick. Not fucking buying it. You know, we'll never know. We'll never know the whole truth. We'll never know the whole fucking truth. But the connections to Israel are, you know, that's kind of new stuff, at least for me. And it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense in some ways. But one of these days, I keep saying this, but one of these days I'm going to do a deep dive. We're going to try to, you know, I'll have to do like a whole week, a 9/11 week. And we'll try to like, the whole goal of 9/11 week, whenever I do it, will be to like try to get some irrefutable evidence. Like what do we know 100% is true, right? Try to sift through the Alex Jones bullshit and actually, you know, get some hard facts. Moving on to the next story. Yeah, heterodotos. Yeah, well, that's a minefield that I often fail at. So unfortunately, there have been 2 massacres that happened recently. One in Canada and one that just happened a couple days ago at a hockey game, at a kids hockey game. Really disgusting footage of somebody shooting their wife and their kids. Yeah, here's the video right here. So you don't see any of the violence, you just hear it. But this happened in Rhode Island. I'm gonna play just in case there is something in the video that I'm just not seeing. I will do a blur on it, but here's the first frame. The violence apparently happens somewhere in the bottom right of this video. I will play you the audio. But apparently the person just in the last 2 days there has been 2 trans people that have committed a mass shooting. And of course, the opportunists are coming out and saying, well, because trans people commit more violence than straight white people. And we all know that's not true. We all know that's bullshit. So I have a video from France 24 here that goes over the truth of it. Of course, every one of these incidences that happens with a trans person committing this violence, and it's often, ironically, right-wing trans people. It's like a right-wing Republican who happens to be trans committing this violence. The Elon Musks of the world, the Asmongold's of the world, they use it as a political opportunity. They use it as a political opportunity to blame mass shootings on trans people. And we know that's bullshit. So I'm going to show you this video here, but just so you understand how horrific this is, I'm going to play the audio here. And I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to blur it out because maybe somewhere in this video you actually do get to see it, but it's really hard to see. But you'll hear how horrific this is. So that is the sound of him shooting his wife and his kids. Or her kids. Not quite sure how it works out. And then a couple seconds later, you hear a final gunshot, and that's the person shooting themselves. Right there. Here's the link right here to the Reddit page if you want to see it for yourself. Boy, guys, is there any kind of bot issue on Kick? I don't know. I can't tell. Anyway, absolutely horrific, frightening, terrible, right? And does it add to the whole issue that it was, 2 trans people at the same exact time, almost within like a week of each other, committing these kind of crimes? It sets the movement back. It makes life even harder for trans people. But the stats are crystal clear that if there's a mass shooting happening, it's highly likely that it's a white Christian male doing the crime. And like I said, a good majority of the trans people that do commit these heinous crimes are fucking Republicans. But that's not going to stop the bad actors, the Asmongolds, the Elon Musks, from lying and saying a good majority of the violence is coming from trans people. They're fucking lying. So every one of these incidences that happens sets the trans movement back. And it's honestly, I don't know what to do outside of just laying out the facts, right? Because they're going to lie no matter what. And this until the issue of economics and class and nihilism are actually addressed, the mass shootings are going to continue to happen. So the best I can do is just report on what the facts are, and the facts are very clear. In fact, I have this meme, I don't know what to call it, this bit of information here, sourced from the FBI data, but white men are 55% of kidnappers, 56% of rapists, 58% of mass shooters, 59% of child porn arrests, 62% of statutory rapists, 63% of prostitution solicitors, 68% of NFA offenders, I'm not sure what that means, and 75% of individuals that are guilty of incest are white men. Good majority of them, and I don't have the stats on this, so this is just my opinion, but a good majority of these white men that are perpetrating these crimes are Republican, right-wing, pro-MAGA. But that doesn't matter because the liars will continue to lie, and they'll continue to say that, you know, all the violence is from trans people. Well, thankfully, France 24 here doing a break the fake segment about the facts. So let's go ahead and watch that.
News. Up next, it's time for a fact-checking segment, Truth or Fake with Charlotte Hughes. Hi, Charlotte. Tonight you're focusing on the aftermath of the Tumbler Ridge mass shooting in Canada, which claimed several lives last week and left more than 24 people wounded. Some internet users are falsely accusing a resident in Ontario of the attack. Tell us more.
That's right, Sharon. Now, authorities have formally named the attacker as now deceased 18-year-old Tumbler Ridge resident, Jesse Van Rootselaar, pictured here on the right. Early reports from several media outlets identified the suspect as Jesse Strang, appearing to reference a last name used by Van Rootselaar's mother. This is a point I will come on to later. But the mother of a 25-year-old woman living in Ontario says her daughter is too afraid to go outside after being falsely accused by social media users of carrying out the attack, which occurred in the remote Canadian community of Tumbler Ridge last Tuesday. Now, in the wake of...
And I got to say, these mass shooting, mass violence incidences are starting to become more normal in Canada, and it further backs up my hypothesis that, you know, it's a worldwide, global embrace of nihilism that's, of course, catalyzed by class, by the economic issues, the despair that everyone is feeling, the hopelessness that people are feeling is being created and exacerbated by the failings of capitalism, by the insatiable greed of the oligarchy, taking and taking and taking, not even allowing for even a small middle class to exist. And this hopelessness is, you know, turning into a nihilistic attitude that is, you know, infecting like a cancer every society, everywhere.
The shooting, internet users raced to prove the identity of the assailant. Some falsely held this woman responsible. American comedian Terrence K. Williams was among those to make this false allegation in this Facebook post.
Right. And is there any accountability for these people spreading these fucking lies? No. One person that actually talks about the complete lack of accountability, the fact that these assholes like Joe Rogan and others and Asmongold, Ben Shapiro just lie and lie and lie under the auspices of the First Amendment. It's actually Destiny. And he makes a lot of really great points about how there's zero accountability for people who spread these kind of toxic lies that absolutely does result in people getting hurt and their reputations and lives being destroyed. Also that somebody can get some clicks on social media.
Conservative commentator David J. Harris Jr. also made the same claim. Now, these same images also circulated to other platforms, including X and Instagram, some posts garnering as many as 100,000 views, and many of these posts were accompanied by transphobic comments. As I say, though, the woman in the photo here is not Jesse Van Rootselaar. News agency AFP has identified this person as 25-year-old Zili Strang, who currently, as I say, lives in Ontario. Now, AFP did manage to contact her mother, who said that Strang was, I quote, devastated. Her mother went on to say, I quote, I don't understand.
Yeah, Heterodotos, it can equal that, but with checks and balances and transparency, there are ways to hold people accountable. To combat the weaponization of free speech. There are ways to do that without implementing a full-blown surveillance police state. But it has to be checks and it has to be a system that is that is steeped in checks and balances and implements full transparency across the board. Or else, yeah, it's just another extension of a mass surveillance police state. No doubt about that.
How her profile was linked to this crime, other than my child being transgender and having the last name Strang.
And Charlotte, in a rather extraordinary claim, some people online are falsely alleging that transgender people are more likely to commit mass shootings than the rest of the population.
Yeah, Sharon, and that's not the first time that this false accusation has been made. In the wake of mass shootings, regardless of the gender of the attacker, transgender and non-binary communities regularly face the unfounded allegation that they are more disproportionately violent than the rest of the population. Now, one chart used to make the claim originated from this post on X in August last year, claiming to use US data.
So is there, for Frank McCormick here, right, will there be any accountability whatsoever for spreading toxic hate speech, lies about this community that absolutely gets people targeted, ruins their lives, gets them fired from their jobs, forces them, puts them in situations where they contemplate suicide or even, do suicide, right? Any accountability whatsoever for these individuals. And then you'll get Asmongold and other people making content, making money off these lies. Zero accountability for them.
It's titled Mass Shooting Rates by Demographic between 2015 and 2025. And as you can see, it depicts rates for transgender groups as higher than those for other groups. So already, however, there are a number of issues with this graph. One of them being that its creator said he used a sample size of just 32 people. So already this is not a comprehensive picture. If we take a look at more complete data, it consistently shows that cisgender men, that is men assigned male at birth, most disproportionately commit these attacks.
And we know that. If you watch the news, if you're all a bunch of news freaks like me, and you see the weekly mass shootings, you see the fucking monthly mass shootings, what is the, almost every time some desperate incel, Nick Fuentes like fan, with a fucking AR-15 usually, almost always it's some pathetic white guy, implementing his rage, exerting his rage on society, targeting children oftentimes.
Not transgender people. Now, this holds true for different definitions of the term mass shooting. The Violence Prevention Project, though, defines mass shooting as 1 in 4 people who where 1 in 4 people are one in which 4 people are fatally shot, not including the shooter, in a public location with no link to underlying criminal activities such as gangs or drugs. That is a similar definition to the one used here in the chart. But in comparison to the charts, the VPP has a more comprehensive overview in terms of shooter demographics. So since 2001, the organization has analyzed the backgrounds of 197 mass shooters, still not the entire picture, but a more representative one. And as you can see in this chart, just one of them is transgender. The overwhelming majority are male. So this therefore contradicts the accusations made by those who are posting this misrepresentative chart that we looked at earlier.
And really, all you need to do is just pay attention to the news for a couple months to know that that is true.
Charlotte, thanks so much for taking us through all of that.
So it's just disgusting to see these bastard, often fascistic individuals spread these lies about trans people, But it's, every time a trans person does commit these kind of crimes, it sets the whole movement back. And of course, you see the right wing glom onto it and try to claim that it's trans people that are the source of violence, instead of talking about class issues, instead of talking about the desperation that people feel. And it does a disservice as well to, the male loneliness epidemic, which there's some truth to that as well. There's absolutely a lot of nihilism and hopelessness coming from young white males who feel completely disenfranchised, right? That's why we see them, demographically going to the Republicans, going to the conservatives, right? Because what do the conservatives say? They're like, it's not your fault, it's the immigrant. It's not your fault, it's the gay person, it's the trans person. And even though it's incorrect, it's better than nothing, which is what the Democratic Party often gives us. It feels like a solution sometimes. It feels like it's a good place to put your blame, right? Like, you can't get a date because women don't like you, right? It has nothing to do with the fact that you have a toxic personality and that you're a disgusting person and that that you're in a hopeless situation, you're in a hopeless economic situation, and it's hard for you to get the car, to get the job, to get the success, right? Even if you're working hard, you can't work your way out of a fucking capitalism mousetrap, right? Look away from all those actual issues that's causing your pain and look to the immigrant, look to the gay person, right? Look to the liberal, look to the progressive, right? Yeah, heterododos. And I'm not trying to just say that it's the male loneliness epidemic. It's because these guys aren't getting laid, but there is connections there. And of course, it all goes back to what we were initially talking about earlier, class. It's about being trapped in this incredibly disgusting, violent capitalist system that is holding us all back, not just straight white men. But, the algorithm will favor the Andrew Tates and the Elon Musks and the incel narrative because it's a good way to look away from the actual issues, the oligarchy, right? So oftentimes that kind of content, the incel content, the blame the immigrant content, will be boosted by the algorithm. It's real, though. It's real, though. We've never been more connected, but we've never been more lonely. And Clutch Cargo, there is a connection to the incel community and mass shooters. But maybe you're correct in that I'm mischaracterizing, because there's a lot of mass shooters that are straight white and male. That are not technically incels, right? They're married. They have other issues, not exactly related to involuntary celibacy, right? So maybe you're making a good point there. Wanted to talk about this hero. I've mentioned this before. Moving on from the terrible, terrible stuff we were talking about earlier. Moving on to the next story here. I feel so bad for trans people. I really do. It's just, they're like less than 1% of the population, and they're the boogeyman du jour for this fascistic political organization that's destroying our lives. And it's like, can they catch a fucking break? Right? They're just literally just want to live their life, and it's already hard enough being a trans person, making these decisions about transitioning, making these decisions about being true to yourself in a society that hates you. And then on top of that, there's an entire right-wing political movement, and now we're seeing the neoliberals do the same thing, vilifying you because it's convenient, because you can't defend yourself. So, Yeah, Clutch Cargo. I should probably have more data on that, but there is a connection. Oftentimes, we do see, like, if it's a lone mass shooter that's like a teenager or a young 20-something, they're almost always connected to the incel movement in one way or another. Okay, all right, Living Pixel. You do you, buddy. Mayonnaise ears over here. Heterododos, as well it should be. You know, and right-wingers, they like to say it's like a fad. I'm sorry, but if you're like, filleting your penis into a vagina, it's not a fucking fad. Okay? That's a pretty hard decision to be making. Right? You're not just, rolling into the doctor and getting a quickie transition surgery, okay? That's a really hard decision to be making. Okay? Anyway, so much love to the trans community who are vilified disproportionately. They got a lot of other issues, and they need our help. They need our support. They don't need to be churned into political pariahs, right? But they can't really, as a community, they have it's small, but it's also bifurcated, right? They don't have the same opportunities to defend themselves, right? Politically. Anyway, moving on from that terrible stuff, I wanted to highlight this hero. I've talked about this in the past, how, where are the generals? Absolutely, Living Pixel, absolutely. I appreciate the support, thank you. But where are the generals? Where are the soldiers? Where are the people standing up for their oath that they took? Right? Where are the people in uniform that are saying this is fascistic? I'm not going to follow illegal orders. You're going to have to arrest me. I'm not going to, go along with this anti-constitutional bullshit. I took an oath to the Constitution. Where are those folks? I understand it's difficult. I understand you got to make yourself into a pariah to say those things, right? You might even lose your position. Pete Hegseth might, strip you of your uniform and ruin your life. But it's like, no, now's the time to stand up, right? Now's the time to stand up. So found a fella in uniform here who's standing up for his rights, standing up for the country. He made some statements criticizing Israel for their genocide of the Palestinians, and he's not backing down. He's not backing the fuck down. So I wanted to give him a highlight, give him some props, and show here. He did a quick video on social media. So let's go ahead and watch this. Yeah, Blase. Yeah, I understand that's a sacrifice, but the fact that those generals sat there while this second-rate TV presenter told them to, stop being fat, and that we're gonna de-wokeify our military. This fucking guy that doesn't deserve to hold the title, and not a single one of them walked out. Really disgusts me, right? It really, I lose faith in the military when I see stuff like that. Because not a single one of them walked out. Not a single one of them quit in disgust. Really, all nodding your head, quietly taking orders from Pete fucking Hegseth. Where's the fucking line, right? You're being deployed to police citizens in Washington D.C. Not a single one of them. Not a single one of you quits, right? I thought you took an oath. I thought that shit mattered.
So after 20 years of service in the military, yesterday I got pulled into an officer's office and counseled.
Well, Woke Patriot, to answer your question, why? Because you're no longer serving you're the institution that demanded that oath of you no longer believes in the oath. That's why you would walk out. But I understand what you're saying, because it's like you're not going to be able to change, if you're no longer part of the system. But it's like, I get it. Some folks stick around. I get that, right? And they're not going to follow illegal orders, okay, when the time comes, right? When it's not just go rake leaves in a Washington, D.C. park, or like when it's actually like, shoot your fellow citizen. And that's when they're going to draw the line. Okay, I get all that. But nobody, not even a single one, walks out or quits their job. Now, there have been a few people quietly stepping down, but it's quietly. And there's there's a time to do things quietly and there's a time to do things publicly. And now is the time to do things publicly, to let the American people know that at least there's some people who actually believe in their oath, unlike Pete Hegseth, unlike what he's turned the institution into. You're telling me you're not disgusted in these military institutions that refuse to stand against civilian leadership that's telling them to basically disregard their oath? That's literally saying politicians who remind soldiers that they're not supposed to follow illegal orders, that they're traitors. You're telling me you don't think at least some people should be standing up against that?
For posts that I have on my social media. During the counseling, they told me I'm under investigation as a threat to national security.
It's ludicrous.
When I asked for proof, like what the posts were yesterday, they refused to give it to me. They made me come back today to further go over stuff. They gave me the proof, and the proof they gave me are anti-Israel posts. Now, when I joined the military, I took an allegiance to support the United States of America. I did not ever take an allegiance to support Israel. But yet, I am deemed a threat to national security because I do not support Israel and their genocide against the Palestinian people.
That's great.
Yes, you heard that right. I am deemed a threat to national security because I don't support Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. Since when does not supporting a foreign nation get a U.S. soldier investigated?
Highly likely, Clutch Cargo, highly likely. And if I will be doing a special stream on that day that we launch strikes against Iran and covering that. I will be covering that live. I will be doing a special stream.
For being a threat to national security.
Right. So here's a hero standing up for his rights, pushing back against this ridiculous. I mean, because we're talking about the U.S. military defending Israel, right? Aren't they supposed to be defending our Constitution? And here they are defending a whole other country committing fucking war crimes. Won't give him evidence in the trial. Say you did a bad thing, but they don't have to, it's all one way. So I support this guy, and yes, I would like to see more military people wearing the goddamn uniform. Woke Patriot, you do agree that this individual should not be following illegal orders, right? You do agree with that, I would hope. He should not be following orders that go against the Geneva Conventions. He should not be following orders that go against the Constitution. I just explained. He should not be listening to orders that violate the Constitution, right? You do agree with that, don't you? So I support what he said. It is tough though, Woke Patriot is bringing up a point that is unfortunate but true, that when you put on that uniform, you basically agree to be a tool, right, for the military. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question, Mr. Contrarian, specifically. Do you believe that he shouldn't be following illegal anti-constitutional orders? Do you agree with that? Because no, it is true though, when you agree to be a soldier, when you put on the fucking uniform, certain free speech rights that are given to civilians are no longer yours. That's how the system works. That's how it is. But at the same time, you know, there's got to be some, you know, ability to stand up against obvious fascism, right? Just following orders? We're just gonna let that fly until when? Until they're dropping bombs on American cities? So at least you agree with that he shouldn't be following anti-constitutional orders. But you do make a good point that he's probably violating the military code of conduct, because yeah, when you put on that uniform, you're not allowed to actually there's certain free speech rights that you're no longer allotted, right? And that fucking sucks, but that's the job. You know, when you agree to be a soldier, you agree to be a tool of the military. You agree to be an extension of the military. But, you know, like that's what I'm talking about, like the generals and the admirals and stuff like that. Okay, maybe it's not the soldier's job to be making public statements on social media. Okay, and maybe it's, you know, it's unbecoming of the uniform to be doing that. But surely somebody in leadership has to be making an example, right? Somebody in leadership has to be making an example. And to see all these institutions silently listening to an obvious fool, a goddamn second-rate Fox News host, give them a bunch of gobbledygook about being woke, about how women don't belong in combat, and all of them just silently going along with it, something doesn't sit right with me. It just doesn't sit right with me. Right? And I would like to see them standing up. Some of them pushing back against these fucking fools. Goddamn cankles. You know, a guy who you know, used his money, wealth, and privilege to get out of serving in Vietnam as president, puts a second-rate Fox News host, some drunken idiot, in charge of this institution, and not a single one of them, you know, makes any kind of, like, you know, stands up and says, I resign. And I resign because of the incompetence of this fucking man. You know what I mean? Draw the fucking line. Draw the fucking line. I get what you're saying, Woke Patriot, and I understand that. You're making a good point. But draw the fucking line. Someone has to draw the fucking line. So this is that thing I was talking about with the Epstein files and 9/11. No, he's not. It's not zero. No, because it's complicated. Okay, when you take that oath, when you sign up to be a soldier, you're certain right. You're giving up certain rights, and in a way. Even though I'm speaking kind of hypocritically here, but in a way, it's admirable that these military institutions are respecting civilian leadership. I totally disagree. Soldiers are terrorists. Not in every context, right? Soldiers can listen to orders that are war crimes and can act like terrorists, right? Like the Russians during the Bucha massacre, right? Yeah, I agree with Woke Patriot. Yeah, you're being an edgy fucking teenager. But like I was saying, like another way to look at what I'm talking about here with the military institutions, they're respecting civilian leadership. They're respecting the system, even to the point of it being a detriment, right? Donald Trump was elected president. Pete Hegseth was put in charge of the military. The military institutions, they didn't choose Pete Hegseth. He was chosen for them. And they continue to respect that civilian leadership, right? So in a way, it's like the system continues to work, even though it's like, we the people made a terrible fucking decision in putting Donald Trump in charge, right? Our democracy is failing. Like, this is a problem that civilians need to fix, because the military leadership is going to continue to respect civilian leadership, right? But it's like, can just a couple of them say, I'm fucking done? Anything? Can somebody draw a fucking line? Somebody with your fucking fancy uniform? Okay, you're getting a timeout, dumbass. Enjoy your timeout. Yeah, no. You're getting a fucking timeout. Calling Woke Patriot a magatard. Okay. That's adorable. Enjoy your timeout. Well, flush is only for bands. I'll give him a half flush. Gets a half flush. So, enough of the distracting, edgy teenager over here. Well, he'll be back in 10 minutes to call you a magatard. But this is kind of interesting. Chris Martinson over here pointing out that, hey, it's just a complete coincidence that the DOJ has completely withheld all the Epstein documents immediately before, during, and after 9/11, right? Kind of spooky. Right? And the stuff that has leaked, I think I reported on it last week. Right, there was information about Ghislaine fucking Maxwell being on some kind of shadow council pertaining to 9/11. Right, which is like, I think it was a TYT report. I showed the Cenk Uygur report on this about all of a sudden there's a shadow council and we're putting Ghislaine fucking Maxwell on this shit. Right? So I don't know. This, I never thought 9/11 might be one of the fucking reasons why, they're slow crawling the release of these documents and fucking redacting everything that they can. But 9/11 might be one of these reasons. That Jeffrey Epstein and Israel, and there might be some connections there, some emails back and forth. Yeah, basically Epstein was behind everything. Literally everything. Here's some more information about ICE. Sorry about how separated and disconnected everything is. I apologize. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like, what, we should be able to know, though, right? Like, there should be, like, maybe it's all total bullshit and it's like Epstein way over his fucking skis, talking shit, thinking that he's got a big dog with connections, right? But there's something there. He absolutely was connected to the Mossad. He absolutely was connected to the Israeli government. And there's more, and the more we find out about 9/11, the more we find out that there's something going on there. Certainly there's something going on with, our push to go and invade Iraq and Afghanistan. that there was some 9/11 connections there. You know, and it's like we deserve to, like, you know, this stuff should be investigated, right? This stuff should be public and transparent, and you know, and we're, you know, they're covering it up. Why are they covering it up, right? Anyway, back to ICE, just to give you an idea of how much money is being wasted on this police state tyranny. According to Brad, I don't know if this is Blue Sky or Twitter, but hopefully he doesn't give Elon Musk $5 a month. But the ICE surge in Minnesota cost $280 million of our tax dollars to detain 4,000 people, of whom only 30 were accused of actually violent crimes, plus another 530 with minor traffic violations. $9 million per capture of the worst, plus 2 civilian deaths. There's your taxpayer dollars at work. Just to give you an idea of how expensive the police state is. $9 million per violent criminal, actual violent criminal, right? Where a good majority of them are like traffic tickets and shit like that, parking tickets. Blase here with some interesting data. Source from the Federal State Statistics Service. For the first time in 16 years, Russians are spending about 40% of their income on food. Yeah, heterododos. Talking about ICE over here. $9 million fucking dollars per, and it's like these are, you know, like they knew who they were. They could have easily, you know, found these people at work, found these people at home. They didn't need a whole operation. They didn't need this massive police state to get these folks. In fact, Joe Biden and Barack Obama, the deporter-in-chief, were targeting these people, and they were able to get these people without all the fucking bullshit, without all the sieges and locking down the whole block and killing folks and hurting folks and kidnapping children, right? So they could have actually gotten these people without the hundreds of millions of dollars, without the fucking fascistic display. But Blase here from United 24 and the Federal State Statistics Service of Russia, 40%. And I'm glad you bring up Russia, because that's the final story of the day. Want to watch a video? We'll find one here. But I wanted to get a follow-up on the battlefield victories coming out of Ukraine. Yeah, exactly, woke patriot, exactly. But I'm gonna look up a video right now because of the recent changes to Starlink. Ukraine has been absolutely kicking some major fucking ass on the battlefield, and I wanted that to be the final story of the day. Some really interesting data, you know, just a throwaway piece of data that, you know, it took Russia like the entirety of December to get about 200 kilometers, and it's taken Ukraine a week to get that territory back. And this is, of course, after the changes made to Starlink. They're running blind out there. They don't know what the fuck's going on. Russia. So let's get an update. Yeah, Russia's losing ground fast. I like Dennis. I really do. I like Dennis, but I was really enjoying the war. Oof. That's the thumbnail right there. Yeah, I like, you know me, I like, was it Ukraine Today? No, but is the war report, is that what it is? I think it's the war report. The military show. The military show. Russia got played. Yeah, 2 days ago. Okay, Ukraine unleashes everything. 2 massive assault forces Russia into humiliating retreat. All right, let's go ahead and watch this one. I've been enjoying the coverage from this channel right here, the military show. So let's go ahead and watch this one. Ukraine unleashes everything. 2 massive assaults force Russia into humiliating defeat. Some really interesting stuff is happening on the front lines right now over there in Ukraine. So let's go ahead and watch this.
Ukraine is hitting hard and hitting fast. In a week that has been defined by counteroffensive operations, Ukraine has just forced Russia's troops to retreat on 2 fronts in a pair of massive assaults. This is humiliating for Russia. Its soldiers are running around like headless chickens as they face Ukrainian attacks unlike anything that they've seen before.
Exactly.
As for Ukraine, it's using these counteroffensives to destroy Russia's 2026 war plans. Ukraine's 2-pronged assault took place on the Dnipro.
Right. And some of these areas that Ukraine is pushing back on, the Russian army has already told their superiors that they've totally conquered, that they've totally taken.
And Alexandrivsk fronts, and both have forced Russia into hasty
Drink one for the boys on the front line.
Issues for its 2026 strategy. We'll cover what happened in Alexandrivsk later in the video. First, let's head to the Dnipro River and several patches of territory that Russia thought it had well under control. For months, Russia has held positions on the small islands in the Dnipro River. Putin's forces believed they were safe from any sort of Ukrainian counterattack. After all, they were on islands. For Ukraine to launch an attack, it would have to try to sail soldiers onto those islands, leaving its forces open to counterattacks by Russian drones and other means.
Right, and if you've seen the combat footage of what it's like to be a soldier on one of these boats while you're getting hit from small arms fire from the shore, from drones, from grenades and mortars, and it feels like you're going fast. It feels like you're ripping through the water, but actually you're going slow enough to get completely chewed up. It's, half the time it's a fucking suicide mission, right? It's incredibly dangerous.
Missions. Russia knew that all too well because it had spent a large part of 2025 sending soldiers on suicidal missions to take these very islands. Russia had succeeded at great cost, and Putin thought that Ukraine wouldn't dare respond with its own assaults for fear of losing valuable soldiers.
Blasé, 100%.
Entrenched on these islands, Russian forces have been launching drone assaults against Ukraine's forces and civilians across the banks of the Dnipro River. The islands have become a collective of staging grounds, allowing Russia to attack Ukraine's elevated positions on the banks and launch assaults against the city of Dnipro, which is another of Russia's key targets. Ukraine knew it couldn't allow these attacks to go on. However, it also couldn't directly assault the Dnipro River islands. So as Russia enjoyed its supposed success...
Yeah, that's a great point, Blasé, that they've had to... They're not even letting the Russian bloggers spread, propaganda, because even the Russian bloggers have to come out and say that they're getting their asses kicked.
...success and continued its strategy of terrorizing Ukraine's civilians, Ukraine's military leaders hatched a plan. If sending soldiers to the islands was out of the question, then they needed to come up with something else, something smarter. And what they emerged with was a 3-phase plan that systematically weakened Russia's island forces, resulting in them completely collapsing in one of the most intelligent counteroffensives we've seen during the Ukraine war so far. Ukraine Today reported on all 3 phases in a February 17th article linked to RFU News. Phase 1 avoided the Dnipro River and its islands altogether.
Who's that,
Ukraine
Patriot?
correctly identified that the isolated Russian troops on those islands would need supplies if they were to have any chance to survive. Military heads also saw that much of the aerial pressure being sustained on Dnipro itself was coming as a result of Russia setting up command posts and depots along the Dnipro River front, which needed to be taken out. With this knowledge, Ukraine injected a deadly dose of venom into the Russian front lines. Drone operators from Ukraine's Venom unit started carrying out strikes against Russian positions that were being used by Russia's drone operators as storage and launch points. They weren't any old drone strikes. Ukraine used specially converted drones that carried devastating TM-62.
Okay, now we're doing the flush. Bye-bye. 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 Double flush. We're gonna, get that double flush going for you, asshole. Enjoy the fucking sewers where you belong, you son of a bitch.
2 mines, which were fitted with stabilizing fins that allowed them to be deployed from the drones so they could fly over their targets. Think of it like the glide bomb strategy in miniature. The strategy proved very effective. Ukraine has been using the TM-62s for all sorts of purposes over the last few months. In January, Forbes reported that the mines have become something of an all-purpose weapon. Made during the Soviet era and packing 7.5 kilograms or about 16.5 pounds of high explosives, TM62s are the most widely used anti-tank mines in the world. And that's how Russia expected Ukraine to use them, to make minefields designed to slow down Russia's tanks. But what Ukraine has done is create a modernized version of the TM62 called the TM2025, which is made using 3D...
Look, and I don't like to do this, you're tubing, but we got to give Elon Musk credit because he could have just cut off Ukraine and Russia altogether, but he set up a system so that Ukraine can continue to use Starlink, but Russia can't. And you know me, I'm no fan of this, fucking loser who was begging Epstein to go party on his island, doing proud Sieg Heils in front of everybody, trying to convince everybody he's not a fucking white supremacist while spreading great replacement theory bullshit every single fucking day on his goddamn social media platform. But credit where credit is due, and he's allowing Ukraine to continue to use Starlink, and he's cutting off the Russians, which has, like it or not, and I don't like it, but like it or not, it's had an effect on the battlefield, a direct effect on the battlefield. So credit where credit is due to the fucking Nazi who, helped destroy our fucking country. But credit where credit's due.
Printers and contains both electromechanical and secondary fuses, which allow for remote detonation. And that brings us back to the Phase 1 portion of Ukraine's Dnipro River strategy. The Venom unit sent TM62s Russia's way by air, likely taking advantage of the remote detonation capabilities of the enhanced versions that Ukraine uses to wreak havoc. Russia's storage depots and command facilities were degraded during these explosive strikes, which served the crucial purpose.
Okay. You know what? All right. Let's hear what Dennis has to say, because he's more focused exactly on what I wanted to talk about, which is the battlefield moving in Ukraine's direction here. So let's hear what Dennis has to say. The military show doing it okay, but a lot of focus on the toys. You know what I mean? Let's hear what Dennis has to say.
Hello, my friends, and welcome. Yeah, it's getting worse for Russia because every day Ukraine gains more of the ground. It's been confirmed that Ukraine has liberated 300 square kilometers of its lands, which were previously occupied by Russians. Mostly Ukrainian counterattack is happening in Zaporizhia and Dnipropetrovsk oblasts. And on your screens you may see the most recent report from the Institute for the Study of War, where Ukraine propelled even further towards Berezova from Sosnivka, and from Vishneva Ukraine moved by 10 kilometers already. You may check out the scale, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, so roughly 10 is here, maybe just a little more. The map is presented by Institute for the Study of War. Now I would say that the situation for the Russian army in Verbovo is already kind of hard. Ukraine attacks from both of the
if they can lock that up, man, those Russians sitting in the middle of there are totally fucked.
directions. There is the risk for the Russian army to be encircled, as it was in Kupiansk, by the way. Also west from Vishneva, the situation for Russians is similarly difficult. So why is it happening, my friends? Why Russia is losing the ground, but they were successful before in the same direction? Just 1 month ago, they were gaining lots of the territories. Then
I don't know about lots, but they were consistently gaining, you know, a couple kilometers every single day, right? At the cost of unbelievable amounts of soldiers and material, they were slowly creeping forward.
Go down, and now Ukraine counterattacks.
Jesus Christ, really? That's a lot of miles.
Russians took the ground with just infiltration attacks. They haven't built any sort of the new defense lines. They were just pouring forces more and more. Sometimes convoy attacks, but most of all infiltrations. So the playbook is similar to what it was in the Kharkiv Oblast back in 2022. Then Russia was attacking, getting more territories, occupying everything, but they didn't expect that Ukraine
6.2, not 6,000. Okay, thank you for that correction.
Managed to gather the forces and counter-strike them. And later on, the Russians just had one variant: to leave everything and to run as fast as possible. Well, I do not expect exactly the same situation for Russians in the southern part, in Zaporizhia, because of the Ukrainian counterattack. No, those vast counterattacks for now are not possible because of the drone kill zones, but something similar is happening. let's say, at the lower scale, but still those are the biggest Ukrainian territorial gains for the last 2.5 years. Just imagine.
Yeah,
and yes, Institute for the Study of War says that Russians still have some of the infiltration attempts. They try to hit back some of the small counterattacks, but those will be flatlined by Ukraine. I am sure about it. Ukraine has an advantage, especially at this hot spot of the front lines. Let's go to another map. It's a little bit more to the south, where Russia launched the counteroffensive towards Zaliznychne once again. But here we have the remark that Ukrainian forces yesterday were spotted at the same direction, so likely Russians advanced to the same location a few days before, so prior day, they say, which means that Ukraine has the most recent presence in the settlement, and Russia failed with their counteroffensive infiltration attack. Well, at the same time, Ukraine liberated already Ternavata. We had some of the drone confirmation videos.
You know, and this is Russia going as hard as it possibly can up against a much smaller country who are not receiving the full support that they should be receiving from the international community. The idea that Russia could go up against a fully equipped NATO force or United States force, totally ludicrous, completely ridiculous, that they could actually stand a chance against a fully equipped and ready NATO force, even with Donald Trump destroying NATO. So it's the myth that the Russian military is somehow formidable when it comes to like a world war scenario. Like this isn't the military, from the fucking 30s, from the 20s and 30s and 40s, right? This isn't the military that defeated the Nazis. They can barely make any kind of gains inside Ukraine.
And Ukraine counterattacks towards Solodka from two of the sides. From Andriivka towards Solodka, Russians, they're in very, very terrible state here.
And if it wasn't for Donald Trump, and if it wasn't for the cowardice of Joe Biden, this wouldn't even be a question. If Ukraine enjoyed the actual full support of the U.S. military and the European militaries, this would be over. At the very least, this would be not, as much of a stalemate as it is right now. It's God. I'll never forgive Joe Biden. This could be the fucking feather in his cap. This could have been the thing that saved his reputation, and he chose cowardice over helping the Ukrainian people. It's just disgusting. And of course, Donald Trump. What can you say about him, right? What can you fucking say about Donald fucking Trump and his like, treasuring his friendship with fucking Vladimir Putin, right? Who's fucking playing him every single day. Putin, who knows exactly who Donald Trump is, playing him like a fucking fiddle. And Donald Trump over here values the friendship that he thinks they have. It's just pathetic.
And in general, if Ukraine goes forward and cuts the main supply road for Russians in this sector, in this part of the front lines, for them, it will be really hard to keep those entire places towards north from Gulai-Pole. As for Gulai-Pole, of course, Russians have more supplies, so one from Stepanovka, Malinivka, Poltavka, so several of the roads. Partially those could be cut with Ukrainian counteroffensive action. Nevertheless, I think that Russians may hold Gulai-Pole for extensive period of time, simply because of the logistics and supply lines which they still have. But the Russian military bloggers are saying that the situation for them in Zaporizhia and Dnipropetrovsk direction is absolutely terrible. It is even worse than it was for them in Dobropilya a few months ago. Then Ukraine started the counteroffensive, cutting the Russian assault operation entirely in that place and causing Russians to have absolutely unimaginable losses as for this small portion of the ground. Moreover, to regain the territories, stupid Russian command sent more of the forces, convoys, but Ukraine already sent emergency brigades with lots of the drones, and all of those convoys were flat-lined. Russia lost roughly 200 of the vehicles per 1 month. again at the very, very small spot in
Yeah, that's a great
Dobrapilya, and
point,
that Dobrapilya
Blase.
is not this
Yeah.
Dobrapilya because
I mean, I'm not comfortable saying it's over, but the idea that, I mean, because like if Ukraine does fall and Russia is given enough time to recover, then you know, we're dealing with a military that, you know, has the supplies and has learned a lot of lessons, and we're able to scrape out a victory at the skin of their teeth. But if the European community continues to sanction Russia, continues to push back on Russia, even if Donald Trump completely falls out and Elon Musk, you know, gives up as well, it's just a matter of time. Like, Russia cannot sustain this forever. They like to pretend like they can, but there has to be limits to the amount of, you know, losing thousands and thousands of troops every single day. You know, not being able to supply their troops with anything but donkey carts and fucking bicycles. There has to be some kind of breaking point. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, I've never seen a society quite like Russia's, where they seemingly just accept enslavement from their government, that they don't expect anything less than cynicism, nihilism, and slavery from their government. And a good majority of Russians, you know, as long as they can get a third-rate McDonald's, you know, and third-rate Chinese, you know, consumer goods, that, you know, they'll just be placated forever. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I've heard that it's almost over too many goddamn times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Ukraine has similar names. Sometimes they are repeated, but that case happened not far away from Pokrov's direction, where Russia broke through by 17 kilometers for 3 days, but it was the trap for them. And you know, here is a very good remark from the Institute for the Study of War. The Kremlin continues cognitive warfare efforts to attempt to convince the West to abandon Ukraine by projecting the false narrative that Russia's battlefield victory in Ukraine is inevitable and that Russian forces are making widespread battlefield gains. It's just in their propaganda. They're saying that they're occupying territories, right. But the fact that it's not...
And you'll hear U.S. government representatives repeat this fucking propaganda.
Like that. And analysts from West, from East, even Russian Z military bloggers, they're saying, what the hell is happening? We lost communication. We lost messenger, telegram. We cannot communicate properly, navigate whatsoever. We're losing the ground. And it's crucial, but Russian military, I mean, high command, it seems like it doesn't understand what the hell is happening, saying that, oh, Telegram doesn't really matter, or Starlink was used just occasionally. No, Russia used it on a massive scale, as well as Ukraine. My friends, I need your attention here. While you're watching this video, press like just right now. Below there is thumb up, press it. And also subscribe for the channel if you haven't. And Dnipropetrovsk. Well, judging on what I see, if before there were mostly territorial defense groups, now Ukraine sent very capable forces. Like, for example, the 1st Assault Regiment, 33rd Assault Regiment, 275th Assault Regiment.
Yeah.
Wow. So really, really...
Yeah, Blase. Yeah, that is a possibility where they just, you know, the only way that they can be relevant is as a partner to China, right? Certainly not the hegemon that is, you know, unstoppable and could challenge NATO.
Capable guys there. And you see the relocation here from Pokrov's direction, from Kupiansk's direction, Ukraine sent those forces. And that means that the Ukrainian army is really serious about...
But if the international community were foolish enough to give Russia that time to rebuild its forces, to learn all the lessons that it learned in Russia, it will try again. You know, in 5 to 10 years, however long it takes, to retrain, you know, to rebuild. But if the international community were to, like, you know, Russia, you know, finishes Ukraine off, they kill or arrest Zelensky, And then the international community starts lifting up the sanctions like Donald Trump wants, right? They declare peace. It's called peace, but it's basically a defeat for Ukraine. And then everyone just goes back to business as usual, allowing Russia, time to rebuild. We'll be right back in this position, but it'll be against Poland or some other country.
Out this counteroffensive operation and really to push Russians hard. But again, the idea of this operation is not the breakthrough like it was, for example, the mission of 2023 counteroffensive, which failed to reach Black Sea, to reach Azov Sea maybe, to occupy Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and many of the settlements, including Tokmak. Here, the idea is just to push Russians away and to cancel their attacking effort and to get the initiative on the front line, because before Ukraine was
this is the smartest way to handle it, right? To not convince yourself that you need these big sweeping victories, but to systemically and consistently push back and neutralize Russia's attempts to gain more ground, to make it just unsustainable. Because even at the current rate, even if Russia were to continue taking little bits and pieces, it would take them over a decade and 10 times the amount of resources that they've already spent to get to Kyiv. Which is like, eventually, of course, the idea is that eventually that China and India and the Russian people themselves would, get fed up with this effort eventually, right? It's both sides are trying to buy time in their own way. It truly is a war of attrition.
Only losing ground here. That was
Clutch Cargo. That's a tough question, right? Because with all the shit that Donald Trump talks, with all the bullshit, what have we actually seen in terms of actual on the ground? What have we actually seen, right? The rhetoric is we're going to give up, and Ukraine needs to give up, and Ukraine needs to give up territory, and just give up. But what have we actually seen? They continue with the support quietly. Elon Musk, who is an ally of the fascistic MAGA administration, cuts off Russia from Starlink. The European Union, of course, does like $50 billion, right? They still they're not utilizing the Russian assets. That was hung up. But they continue to support. Donald Trump continues to support. Elon Musk cutting off Russia from Starlink, right? So there's a big difference between what the rhetoric actually is, right? Donald Trump putting up pictures of Vladimir Putin and him holding hands and tiptoeing through the tulips. Meanwhile, he still hasn't instructed his military to abandon Ukraine. All that support coming from the EU. Elon Musk throwing his support, right? So there's a difference there. So I'm not saying yes, like 100% Ukraine can trust the U.S. government, but I would like to point out that there's a huge difference between the rhetoric that we're seeing and what's actually happening on the ground.
Also telling about this direction, like, well, what is happening? Ukraine should send reinforcements because this is the crucial thing. Russians may occupy Pokrovsk, but now there is no perspective for them to do it. You see, after Kupian's successful operation, Ukraine released some of the forces which could have been used here. And also, Russian occupied Pokrovsk. Ukraine withdrew the forces to the proper defense lines. And there are 4 of the defense lines which Russians have to cross if they really want to occupy the entire Donetsk region. But they're unable to do it just right now. So Ukraine released also some of the forces from Pokrovsk, and now they're attacking over here.
Thank you,
and of course,
Heterodotos.
Russian propaganda says that,
Appreciate
Ukraine is weakening its army in some of the other spots, and now Russia will take the ground there. Maybe, but something is not going okay for Russians, right? They're trying, going and dying in most of the cases. Yeah, they might take some of the ground, but it doesn't worsen the losses they have in their army, and those are damn critical. It cannot continue for a long time. And I guess that's the main thing why Putin tries.
But nobody knows how long it can actually, because like every time people say they're out of missiles, they're out of equipment, they're out of money, they're out of troops, They always have more, and that's exactly how they won against the Nazis. That's just that they could always find more troops. They could always find more soldiers.
To restrict the social media in Russia for Russians themselves, because they plan something this year, probably mobilization. So Russian regime doesn't need this truthful information to be spread in the media. Also, they're not okay with the Russian-led bloggers who say the situation as it is, that the Russian Defense Ministry tells an absolute lies about, for example, Kupiansk direction, or what is happening right now in Zaporizhia. Russian Z bloggers are screaming about it on Telegram, but they use VPN. And not every Russian is using VPN nowadays, because it's one more obstacle to receive information.
Right.
It's like
Welcome
not
back,
comfortable
Bound.
for many Russians, so they tend to switch to some of the Russian.
No, I mean, if we do see Russia implement mass conscription on a level of like World War II, where young people in Moscow and young people in the more affluent areas of Russia are actually getting conscripted en masse, that will be a clear indicator that the government has run out of drunken prisoners and criminals and poor idiots from North Korea and Africa, and they have no choice but to dip into, the actual Russian population, not just the outskirts of Russia, but the internal Russian population. That'll be a clear sign, but they haven't done that yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, messengers like Max or social media of Contact, which is controlled by the Russian FSB. Again, I recommend to check out Unit Observer, an analyst on Twitter, and he publishes loads of the useful information, especially for me, since I reviewed those military maps for the general picture to understand who is who and who is where. And here we also have detailed information of how the situation developed in Zaporizhia direction, from the Russian occupation of Vuhledar and later on Russian attacks and the fight for Gulaipole.
A promise from the U.S. government is about as worthless as Russian armor, with the cardboard there, as mentioned in the chat.
Forces Ukrainian used there and the current situation on the front lines. Very, very useful. The Institute for the Study of War, well, it's okay-ish, but at the same time, it's kind of slow. And they also publish the information right away from the Russian publics without, I think, detailed confirmation. So sometimes I see huge Russian territorial gains, which are not true. So it's better to cross-check with other sources as well, like Deep State also and Mike 073 and other analysts out there. By the way, ISW also mentioned that Ukraine went on counterattack in Novopavlovka. Well, actually, this is entirely the gray zone.
Yeah, Lenny, that's true. If that were to happen, if Russia takes it to that next level and goes into a complete total war stance and starts pulling young people from Moscow, et cetera, then we would see a mass exodus. They would have to do what Ukraine had to do, which is shut down the ability for young people to leave. If you want to watch the rest of this video, it's right here from your boy Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for your hard work. Look at that. He's almost up to 1 million subscribers. Go Dennis. Go Dennis. I remember when this whole thing started, and, this guy was just getting started on YouTube. Used to be a pilot, and this is a picture of him when he was a pilot. And now he's made this into a full-time job. So you got to give props to your boy Dennis. He's doing a great job. Almost 1 million subscribers. Well earned.
Territorial gains, which are not true. So it's better to cross-check with us.
So thank you, Dennis, for all your hard work supporting the Ukrainian people. But I don't know. I don't know when this shit's gonna, eventually Russia, because it doesn't help when Donald Trump is, at this very moment, trying to lift sanctions on Russia, and he's applying pressure to the EU to apply pressure to Ukraine to capitulate and give up territory, give up the Donbass, right? Stop talking about Crimea. Give Russia everything that they're demanding, and then some, right? Take NATO out of the Constitution. Do an election. But Zelensky's playing this as smart as he possibly fucking can. He's doing the best that he can to play Trump against Putin. Splendidvania, I'm saying the opposite, right? Saying that Donald Trump is undermining Ukraine while continuing to quietly allow his military to support Ukraine. Because what Donald Trump wants is he wants it to be peace. He doesn't want Russia to just win, because that will be seen as him instructing Ukraine to give up. That won't be seen as, Trump the peacemaker. It'll be seen as Trump the defeatist who got his ass defeated by Putin. And he doesn't want that. Yeah, thank you, Blase. Here we go. Ukrainian F-16 shoots down a Shahed drone. These are always great. Love these. Oh, yeah, I saw this one. Boom! Boom! Dude, that's sick. That's so sick, dude. That's right over your head. That's right, you're at your house. You hear a fucking lawnmower drone flying overhead. And then, boom, it's eliminated by an F-16. That shit is amazing. One more time. Oh, that's sick as fuck. That is so sick. And, dude, you like a piece of the drone like falls right in front of him. Lovely. Oh, sick. And this is the kind of support that they could have had day one, right? Joe Biden, dragged his feet for 4 fucking years, right? The F-16s happened under Trump. God, this is the kind of support that they could have been enjoying since day fucking one, and they only just now are getting it. And you can see how effective these tools are. I'll never forgive Joe fucking Biden. I'll never forgive him. But I'm still not comfortable saying, oh, it's going to happen. Because if Russia can buy enough time from China and India and convince Donald Trump to cut support on Ukraine, yeah, I mean, that's Splendidvania. That's what Donald Trump wants. Yeah, he wants Ukraine to give up their NATO ambitions, to give up the Donbass and Luhansk, and let Russia control that territory. But the one thing that has actually been benefiting Zelensky is the fact that Vladimir Putin says, no, I want all of Ukraine. I don't want to stop at the Donbass. I don't want to stop at Luhansk. I don't want to stop with just Crimea, just those that region there on the east. I want the whole thing. I want to go right to Kyiv. He's since day one in the negotiations with Donald Trump, he's said, I want everything. Maximalist, demands. I want everything. And Donald Trump was like, come on, baby, make a deal, come on. And Putin has refused to bend even a little bit, and that has allowed Zelensky, who is pretending to bend, who is pretending to make a deal. Sure, I'll do elections if I can get territorial demands, right? Like that's the big thing that he's asking for. If you can guarantee security and territorial integrity, if you can guarantee that Russia will put in the on the deal, on the table, that they'll stop at the Donbass, they'll stop at Luhansk, they'll stop at those eastern regions, then I'll do an election. I'll step down. We'll remove NATO from the Constitution. So from Trump's perspective, you got Zelensky willing to bend, willing to make a deal, and Putin not willing to give anything up. And that's been a massive benefit to Zelensky in these negotiations, because as much as Donald Trump wants his buddy Putin to give him the dub, he simply can't allow that to happen. Like, because he understands that it's not gonna look like Trump the peacemaker. It's gonna look like Trump who was defeated by Putin, and he doesn't want that, right? So as long as Putin is willing to be a fucking dictator who doesn't give a single inch, Zelensky is able to take advantage of that and continue to enjoy the support of the U.S. military and Elon Musk. Because Ukraine would continue to be able to defend themselves with the resources from Europe, but it would be all the more difficult. You know, it's not just the money, right? It's the missiles, it's the satellites, it's the logistic support that the U.S. military gives Ukraine that gives them advantages on the battlefield, right? Yeah, clutch cargo. Yeah, I mean, Ukraine would still be able to defend itself, but it would give Russia, it would open doors for Russia to continue, and that would be far. Obviously, it's too tempting for Putin to just give it up. He's promised the entirety of Ukraine to the Russian people, and it's very clear that he's not willing to compromise even a little bit on that promise. But that false promise that he's giving the Russian people is what has allowed him, is what has allowed Zelensky to work his magic on Donald Trump. If Putin were just to lie and pretend to compromise, Donald Trump would be all for it. And Zelensky would be the villain, and they'd be cutting off military support, and they'd be pressuring Zelensky however they can to accept the deal, accept the peace deal, right? That's all Putin needs to do is fucking lie, and even he's not willing to even lie during the negotiations. So as much as Trump doesn't give a fuck about Zelensky or Ukraine in general, he will fund them just not to look like a bitch who cucks to Putin. Yeah, if all Putin needs to do is help Trump out to make it look like a peace deal. Right, and all Putin needs to do is just lie to everybody, and especially to Donald Trump, and say, okay, yeah, we're going to stop at the Donbass. We're going to stop. We're not going to go any further. They get a deal from Ukraine. Okay, it gives the Russian military time to breathe, and eventually they'll be rolling into Kyiv. Right? Yeah, Seneca. It's a very cynical game. Yeah, but because Putin is too prideful to even pretend to compromise, maximalist from the very beginning, hasn't budged an inch because he's too fucking full of himself. He's too locked in, right? He's unwilling to show any amount of weakness to the Russian people. Zelensky has been able to play Trump off that fact, right? Because in the eyes of Trump, Zelensky is the one that looks like he wants to make a deal. Zelensky is the one that wants to look like he wants to make Trump the peacemaker, where Vladimir Putin is the one that wants to continue the war. Yeah, that's why we saw that performance from Donald Trump to Zelensky, the "you don't have the cards" performance, right? It was him implementing what he thought was going to be a winning strategy, right? If I do this performance and embarrass Zelensky in front of the world, I can get Putin to come to the table, compromise a little bit, and then I get to claim I stopped another war. But because Putin, every time he gets to the table, every time he talks to Donald Trump, it's like, oh, you're my friend, you're my buddy, I love you, but I'm not giving up anything. I'm taking the whole country. I'm not, when it comes down to the actual terms of the deal, every single fucking time, Vladimir Putin and Russia is like, no, we're taking the whole thing. We're not stopping at the Donbass. We're taking the whole thing. They're going to give us everything. Yeah, that's a great point, Blase. Like I said, he's promised that to the Russian people, right? And that's what the propagandists have been selling to the Russian people, that you're going to get everything, that Ukraine is weak, that this is a liberation, that it's dangerous. We're fighting against NATO. We're fighting against the Western, hegemon. We have to take all of Ukraine for our own safety. And he can't lower, right? He can't stop at just, okay, well, we took 1/4 of Ukraine. and that's going to have to be good enough, right? He can't stop there because he's basically already said that the war is over, that they've already won, and it's only a matter of time. And I guess even Putin is concerned about his public image, right? Which is interesting to me because it's like, you know, the Russian public will seemingly swallow any pill. Like they're not going to be protesting, you know. Like, what's it going to take for these people to get out in the fucking streets? But I mean, look at America. Iraq, Afghanistan went on for almost 20 fucking years, right? We had a big protest movement in the first couple years, and then everything we just let our military do whatever we want. Why? Because we had our creature comforts, we had our consumerism, you know, and America was allowed to stomp around in the Middle East for almost 2 decades. Losing, getting their ass kicked, you know, getting Americans killed every single day. It wasn't put on the media, you know, the fucking Fox News and MSNBC weren't talking about it. They weren't even allowed to broadcast images of dead soldiers coming home every single week, right? And it just kind of went on and on and on and on and on, and the propaganda machine allowed it to happen. You know, they focused on other things, right? So, you know, if a propaganda machine can do that in America, it can do that in Russia as well, right? They just stop talking about it, and it just becomes, you know, a normal the normal vibration of life, right? That we're in this conflict with Ukraine and we're eventually going to win it, right? Everyone in America just assumed that we're going to kick the Taliban's ass in Afghanistan, right? Eventually we're going to win. And we all just kind of forgot about it, right? Yeah, no, I mean, blasé, you know, if the numbers were the same in America and Iraq and Afghanistan, it would have been harder to hide, no doubt about it, right? Tens of thousands of Americans dying every single month. It would probably at least get the attention of MSNBC, right? But because they kept everything at a low hum, and it was only a couple dozen people every month or so getting killed, you know, IEDs and suicide attacks and random ambushes here and there, right? But if it was death at the scale of what we see in Russia, but we're talking about 2 different societies here. Your average Russian civilian doesn't give a fuck, seemingly, you know, about how many people are dying, how many so-called Russians are dying. They don't have the same expectation of their government to provide them things. You know, Russian, you know, that's where Vlad Vexler comes in and where his analysis is so enlightening. You know, there's a real cynical nihilism that permeates through Russian society. You know, they don't consider these people, you know, that are on the outskirts of Russian territories to even be real Russians. You know, they're just conquered people. Cannon fodder. Nihilism mentioned. There you go. Now, of course, these are just my opinions. I'm sure I'm wrong on some of this stuff. I have to be. But right now, as from where I see it, I don't see any end to this year or even next year, right? I don't know, Seneca. I don't know. But I don't see any end to this year or next year. And unfortunately, as usual, it's on fucking Donald Trump, right? It all hedges on Donald Trump's, does he have diaper rash or not? You know? So, I don't know. I don't know, man. But unless something major happens with the Russian economy, if something major happens with China dropping their support, and encouraging North Korea to drop their support, you know, I don't see any end to this year. Unless something major happens in the economy, right? That would be a big factor in Russia having to make some kind of major choice, right? Either going into full World War II stance and dropping the illusion that they're upholding for the Russian people, right? Or or pulling out and saying, fine, we give up. Like, this is unsustainable. We simply can't pretend like this is not a big deal anymore, Because even we're still in Iraq, by the way. America is still in Iraq. And we didn't leave Afghanistan because we ran out of money and ran out of troops and ran out of material. We left Afghanistan because fucking Joe Biden had a personal problem with Afghanistan. I believe one of his sons died in Afghanistan, right? Isn't that, it was Joe Biden's personal distaste for Afghanistan is what actually pulled us out of Afghanistan. You know what I mean? So, it sucks. It sucks because Ukraine deserves to be free. All right. Those are my thoughts on the current situation of everything. Like I was saying to somebody in the chat there, I think Blase maybe, or maybe it was Clutch Cargo. But if the United States attacks Iran, I'll be doing a special stream this week. So look forward to that if that happens. But if not, of course, we'll see you next Saturday for more news and analysis here on the News Underground. It's been a lot of fun, folks. I couldn't do it without you. Next Saturday, yeah, 2 weeks. It's going to be in 2 weeks. 2 weeks when we drop more Epstein files.
China.
More Epstein files. We're going to start a war in Iran. It's going to be great, folks. In and out. Just a quick in and out, like a 13-year-old girl. A quick in and out. That's disgusting. But absolutely, glory to the Ukrainian democracy. I hope for their victory. 20 girls for a sub on his Twitch. I should do that. One day I do hope to do some exercising streams, right? But no, big props to all of you folks. Splendidvania, Bound, Female Eunuchs, Accidents Waiting to Happen, a.k.a. your boy Lenny. Make sure we're following Lenny, folks. Female Eunuchs, #1 in the chat. Female Eunuchs. Big props to Strategy Member, Woke Patriot, and Marculus for their contributions in the Discord. Good job, Bound. Make sure you support those folks that are getting some exercise. That's a good idea. Big props to Clutch Cargo, Seneca Athena, Ice King of Space, Mr. Cannoli over there at D-Live. Thank you, Mr. Cannoli over there at D-Live, the only person on D-Live right now. Thank you, Gaius. I appreciate the compliment. Big props to you, Gaius. Big props to all you lurkers. Thank you to all the lurkers out there. Blase, a.k.a. Joe Boobot. I appreciate you coming in. Once again, big props to Splendidvania, if I didn't do it already. Big props to Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for your excellent contributions, as always, to the chat and to the Discord. Thank you so much to Hetero Dodos, who had to leave a little bit early, but no biggie at all. I don't hold that against you. No, definitely not. Hooligan Grundy, big props to you, Hooligan Grundy. You're tubing. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for all your contributions to the chat. Best chat on Twitch. I say it a lot, and I mean it. I'd put up this chat against any of these motherfucking jokesters. Hassan, Vosh, Destiny. They don't got shit on you motherfuckers. Real motherfuckers right here in the News Underground chat. Give yourself a round of applause for sure. Regulators. The motherfucking regulators. I put you up against any of these fucking clown town fucking bullshit, Zoomer pilled fucking waste of time ass motherfucking chats. Best chat on Twitch, no doubt about it. Big props to Clutch Cargo and everybody that I missed. I apologize, but thanks again, folks, for all the support. I do appreciate it. Well, they don't got shit on you guys. They don't got the Destiny chat ain't got shit on the News Underground chat. I'll take that shit to the grave. Folks, let's not forget why we're here. We're here to create real political change. That's with using nonviolent direct political action, aka the 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. And step 3, we put in the motherfucking work to defeat the motherfucking fascists. That's what we have to motherfucking do, right? Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Free Palestine. Free Tibet. And we'll see you next time on the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. 3-step program, bitch. Ballers in this motherfucking chat. Big props to everybody out there. #1 chat on Twitch. #1 chat on Twitch. News Underground, bitch. See you next time. Big props to every single one of you. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself.